16 hands per level, okay?
Welcome one and all to the High Roller weekend. This is the Onyx High Roller main event. Well, main event? I think main event, Warbs, actually maybe a strong word. Not too many events here, but a 10K nonetheless, gathering 138 entries. It's the main event of the weekend. It's the showpiece, and this is how the final table sets out. Merit Regler and Selahaddin Bedir, the man right towards the top of Turkey's all-time money list, sitting there with 29% of the chips in play in this very international flavored final table. And we see there, actually, this final table all very deep, starting today with blinds at 50-100, and Warbs the shortest stack, 26 bigs.
Yeah, it's business time, James, isn't it? This is what you play for, these final table moments, and 315 bags up top. Delicious.
Yeah, lovely payday. 31.5 buy-ins for the winner. And yeah, with so much play and some of those stacks so close to each other around the sort of 25 to 30 big blind mark. I mean, the script would suggest quite cautious approach to the start of this final table, but if Merit's taught me anything, it's to expect the unexpected.
One's obviously got 47k locked up, and one big chip leader. And then everyone else is kind of, as you say, yeah, sort of middle of the pack. So you've got to be, well, you should be quite careful, patient, ICM implications. But as you touched on there, James, every time I've seen anything to do with Merit, it's usually chaos, usually carnage, and very unpredictable.
Yeah. Well, just getting their feet wet. Interesting little wrinkle in the format here. This is becoming kind of more customary in tournaments around the world, is that we're going to play 16 hands per level rather than time to stop any kind of nonsense of stalling to make sure the big blind goes up on one player in particular, that kind of stuff you see, and just kind of makes it a little bit fairer, I think. So 16 hands per level.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. I wish everyone would do the same thing. It doesn't happen too much, but as you say, the stalling to the big blind pays the next big blind. It's just a bit dirty, isn't it? So yeah, the number of hands per level, I like it.
And here we go then. Here is our overwhelming chip leader kicking things off, and look at this, going to 3.5 blinds. Oh, pardon me, from the small blind. Christ. Whoops, it's early here for me, okay? I missed the small blind factor of that, but nice adjustment nonetheless to pick on one of those 25 big blind stacks.
Yeah, maybe a sign of things to come. Putting the hammer down early, showing who's boss. He obviously did have a good hand there. He had the ace-5 suited, but 3.5x open, as you say. You can go a little bit less than that. You can go 3x, but as chip leader, you want to play big pots. You want to put people under pressure. You know, pretty much all these guys needs to be pretty tight.
Yeah,
so yeah, we'll see if he continues that aggression.
Yeah, I like it. I like the I mean, he's just going to have so many hands he wants to raise and get folded with from the small blind there. Obviously, ace-5 suited, one of those hands right in the middle where it's pretty good, but doesn't want to take a lot of action. And I like it that he's just going to play big from those spots. Here comes the wood. 2 10s from the hijack. These are the spots that I always find so difficult in these final table lineups where we just mentioned the stacks are so close. You find a hand like 10s, you've got 30 bigs. It's like you almost just want to raise and take, don't you?
Sure. You've just got to see what develops. You can sort of feel the pressure a bit and get ahead of yourself a bit too much. You think, oh, if I open, what's going to happen here and things. But most of the time, especially on the FT, things do play pretty normally. It's only the chip leader that's going to be aggressive sometimes. So you've just got to take each hand as it comes. The old cliche.
Trouble ahead as Adamski peels from the big with the ace-8, finds the ace-3, and yeah, as you say, a good-looking flop for both. With no reason to slow down just yet, is going to bet. And I guess, you know, Adamski, hey, look, we peeled from the big here. Our opponent gets to have better hands than us here, even though we've got those aces. One assumes we're just going to check call and see what develops.
Yeah, I think most players here just check call, especially with 7 players left, and this is only the second or third hand, isn't it? So, and sort of same thinking for the 10s as well. I feel like he's either going to go for 2 streets now and check back river, or he might just check back the turn now and play pot control because of the 7 left. I like this though. He wants to get 2 streets from flush draws and worse pairs, 3x. Lots of pocket pairs he can have as well. So it's nice. It's also that thing as well, you know, you check back and then you face a river bet, like just kind of makes the hand a bit easier to play, doesn't it? You know that you're not really getting check raised as well by a hand even as good as ace-x, so I'd imagine this will go check on a lot of rivers. Certainly that one.
Well, a great river for Adamski. If he was concerned about being outkicked, obviously no longer a factor. I wonder if he ever does just kind of... Yeah, he does check. I was curious to see if there's ever any kind of lead there, but I'm going to give your opponent a chance to maybe fire a third barrel with a hand like King-Queen.
Yeah, it's maybe not the worst lead. You could balance it with your missed spades and your 3x, but I think just, you know, versus the early open, they can just have so much ace-x, so you should probably just check your whole range there.
Yeah, I was just curious because you know the 10s play this way, jacks, queens, kings, all those hands that would now check back, but I wondered if there was any avenue for a lead there. Just specifically on the 3 river, knowing that you've effectively got the nuts.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, it goes back to, you know, you've just started the FT, there's 7 left. These hands are supposed to be quite boring. You know, you're supposed to just be being sort of very timid.
Yeah.
Not really doing too much because it basically costs you money to make a big mistake, doesn't it? So, not for this man though. This man's got all the chips. He can basically do whatever he likes at this point.
And he's going to kick this off with a raise, Jack 10 from the cutoff. Just really going to pressure all these guys behind, and Justus held, obviously not going to put up a fight with a lot of hands, but certainly not deuce 4.
Such a huge jump from 7th to 1st, you know, 47k, 315k. It's a lot of money, isn't it? So no one will want to be coming 7th with a bigger early mistake because they were too loose or anything. So maybe this might be the first ever merit table that's actually quite in line, James. We'll see.
I mean, as you mentioned, you know, 7th, 47k. Let's say you ladder up to 4th, right, which is entirely feasible for all these guys with like the 27 blind stacks here. Without really playing a hand, they could find themselves 4-handed. That'd be worth 108,000. It's like 2.5 times what you're guaranteed now, near enough. It's just illustrates how important it is to play tight here.
Yeah, for sure. At the flip side of this, and something that I'd be doing is, it's even though there's still 7 left, it's a great spot for the chip leader to almost lock up heads up. You know, with 7, 6, 5 left, you can just run, try and accumulate chips. If all of a sudden with 6 left, he's got half the chips in play, it's, you know, it's very, very difficult for him to not come 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. So even though it has just started, it's sort of his strategy to try and sort of win the tournament now almost. You know, go for chips and just cement his place at the top. It doesn't always work. It doesn't always work out like that, of course. But it's just 2 different strategies, isn't it? It's the chip leader versus the rest.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's obviously, you know, on a final table. And anytime you're playing poker, you want to play against players who have less experience that aren't as good as that's the name of the game. It almost becomes the opposite in this scenario. When you've got someone, you want the other player to be good. If they're good, they know they have to let you run away with it.
Yeah, it's very difficult actually to know if you don't know much about your opponent. It's very hard to just play your game, because if he doesn't know what you know, sort of thing, then you're a bit crushed yourself, because you think, well, this guy's got to play tight, but this guy might not agree. He might not he might not know that, and so he might just be doing the opposite, thinking that you're doing what you're doing. So it can become a bit of a leveling battle sometimes. Great river for held here.
Showing from the screen.
Pass. Sure one.
I would have won. Yeah.
Yes.
You could have gotten one.
Good bet.
Yeah, just touching on the payouts as well. At least 3 of these guys, their best live cash is, you know, Phil Wood's best live cash is 45k. Nakhoul's best live cash is 38k. So, you know, this is huge money.
Yeah.
Montagnolli as well, his best live cash is 32k. So, you know, even coming 7th is going to be the best live cash for 3 of these guys.
It's actually pretty incredible when you think this isn't some, you know, 10k that was, should we say, like easily accessible. This is like the Onyx High Roller Club. You kind of have to know about it to be in the mix. It's not like there was a big satellite program to it. Maybe just guys who typically maybe would just normally be playing the cash games decided to give the tournament a spin.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised by having 3 players on the FT with not too much tournament experience. But yeah, as you say, they might have been playing cash, they might have been there, and they've flicked it in, and it's worked out so far. Bedir as well, just seeing he's the 2nd all-time Turkist with 6 million in cashes. His best live cash is 832k.
He actually has 2 832k caches, which is pretty incredible. 2 caches of the same value.
Oh, wow.
He won the Super High Roller Bowl 50k right here at Merit for 832, and then he got a final table in the win for 832,000, and then like some hundreds. So he's matched his 2 biggest caches. But yeah, a bunch of results here, like loads of sort of $500,000 scores at Merit in the high roller stuff.
Okay, I'm going to go out on a limb, and he's going to be my pick.
Oh wow, how brave of you! Oops, how brave! The man with the strong resume and the chip lead on the final table. You know, you are allowed to gamble. Oops, you don't have to. Just go. I
very rarely go for the chip leader, but I just feel like the way it started as well, and I feel like he might have it wrapped up within 3 hours. He's just going to crush, I think. We'll see.
I mentioned this 10k took place over 2 days, day 1A, day 1B. 89 uniques, 49 re-entries combining to create this 138 player field and give us this rather tasty payout, 315k. Of course, the action's not done here at Merit. They have a 10k kicking off today, I believe. A bit more on the turbo-y side, of course, not a multi-day or multi-start day at least event.
Yeah, we were saying last night about this event, how they've done so well to hit the guarantee with Vegas being on at this time. 138 runners total. Kind of crushed the guarantee, really. You know, when you need 100, you get 138. It's pretty good.
Yeah. I think if you beat a guarantee by 38%, we can call it.
Yeah.
Good effort.
It's a nice play there from Nakhoul. You know, Wood's only got 1.8 million, 18 big blinds. He just decides to ISO there, put a lot of pressure on the 18 big blind stack.
having a look here at the schedule. Yeah, it's the 8 max 10K taking place today, kicking off. In fact, it would have started, I guess, in this in the very same room. Started at 2 p.m. local time. 10K buy-in, 30-minute clock. And then tomorrow, there's even an additional 10K. 8 max today, 7 max tomorrow. So 3 10K events making up the High Roller weekend. This, of course, being the, as I mentioned, the main event. But it's not called that, Wobbs. I mean, come on. The trap.
It's a trap.
Oh,
hello, ladies.
Feels so weird to look at the cards from like some.
Ladies all round.
Such a high.
It's ladies' night.
It's weird to look at the cards from like.
Yeah.
Well,
maybe some interesting
going on here.
dynamics if...
Please.
sorry, James. Just maybe some dynamics here if they're a bit deeper in what we're saying about 7 left and things, but I think with Nakhoul only playing 2.6 million,
Tough to hold.
they're both going to get it in.
What's the sauna situation?
Yeah, kind of a fun one, obviously, coming out with a 3-bet here for 570. One assumes Adamski's just going to elect to run it from +1, but it's almost like a little uncomfortable for both to be getting queens in here. I think it's one of these when the cards end up on their backs, both players will be happy to see queens. Like nothing risked here.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, yeah. Nobody really wants to be flipping at this point.
Loading.
It is the jam, and Nakhoul knows it's not a great spot, but he also knows he can't call. Like I say, he's not loving getting this in, but...
It's a fair fight.
It's a good reaction.
It is a fair fight. That's a...
It's a very sick way to bust, if it does come.
Don't say that, Warps. Come on. Don't say that. It can't come. Red v black.
I just always think of the one, you know, in the one drop, aces v aces, in the 1 million buy-in.
Yeah, the famous Connor Drinnan carry cats, and Connor got well, probably the worst beat you could imagine. Okay, ace is safe. Yeah, I don't think there's a worse bad beat given the amount of money on the line and just the absurdity of it than that one Connor suffered. I think it was like the last 2 tables, maybe even the last 12.
Yeah, there's not. I even think it's worse than, you know, when someone needs like runner, you get it all in on the flop and stuff. I just feel like aces v aces, $1 million buy-in. It's just, it's so brutal, so brutal. Feature table, obviously, it's You just know that you're going to see it for like years and years as well. It's always going to be a meme everywhere, and it's just it's horrible.
Because we play 16.
You kind of become known for the hand.
Exactly, yeah.
Yes,
It's one of those weird situations, you know, Carry Cats isn't known as the winner of the hand, but Connor Drinnan is known as the loser of that hand. And it's kind of the same way I mean, we needle him often, but I'm good friends with Matt Affleck, and he's got the sort of famous hand against Jonathan DeHamel in the main event from like 15 years ago, and it's just always shown all the time. And even the other day, we had just in the horseshoe, a random guy comes up to Matt and is like, "Oh, like you lost that hand." He's like,
really?
"Yeah, cheers, mate." I remember losing a hand of like.
Wasn't it about 10 years ago as well?
2010, yeah, 15 years ago.
Yeah, wow, insane.
But it's one of those hands that's forever known in poker.
He was a proper gent, actually, wasn't he? Because he like stormed off. He had his little meltdown, and then he came back to shake everyone's hand. I was just thinking, there's no way I'd be coming back. I'd just be gone.
yeah.
But it was a nice move from him. Steer here, complete ink with the 7-deuce suited. Was curious to see if he was going to keep up the aggression in the blind battles and open this, but completing obviously fine.
Yeah, expecting the stack as well as he does so. Alessio.
He knows as well, just like there's so many flops like this, he can just win. Maybe he doesn't know that. Very surprised to see him check there.
Well, I guess maybe he's just going for some sort of delayed bluff, perhaps, you know.
Sure.
I guess it's
with the big blind just having 22 bigs, so you want to...
Right.
You want to just keep betting, yeah. But surely we'll bluff the river and not... Oh, no, you're just going to make a pair and you can check now.
I was going to say, surely he wasn't going to let 8 high win at showdown. That would have been...
Oh, wait, I can. No mobile allowed. You waiting alone? Okay, give me 2 hours.
Did you say deuce or lose?
Deuce.
Deuce. I thought you were just going lose. You lose.
That'd be quite a boss comment with bottom pair. Like, you lose.
Yeah.
True gambler.
Yeah.
Being in the casino, waiting for
also he looks just very nice.
Yeah, it's super funny.
And the table warming up perhaps a little bit. A bit of chat breaking out. Montagnolli, a man second in chips, and a nice situation for him as well, of course. And it's not like Selahaddin Bedir can go mad against him because he's playing 56 blinds. So he kind of still gets to play fairly freely as Nakhoul. He's queen of clubs. He's having a look from the cutoff, and it is Bedir on the button with a very playable queen jack suited.
Yeah, that's obviously the one player he can't go too wild against. But Nakhoul he definitely can, and he is taking the spot, which I really like. He's running into it a bit this time, but it's a good play.
Forces the 2 8s into the muck from the blinds as well, and now here we go. Has got the pressure on Nakhoul, who decides call is his best option. As the 2 will head to this flop with 1.6 million chips already in the pot. And wow, what a flop we have here as Nakhoul flops trip aces. Bedir with the royal flush draw. Carnage ahead.
Yeah, absolutely huge flop for both. I really like Nakhoul's decision just to flat call pre. He's out of position to the chip leader, but his hand plays so well. Suited, obviously. You'd imagine that Bedir is going to bluff a lot on multiple streets and ace high boards as well. So this is just a bit of a cooler at this point, but I'd be surprised if they get it in. You'd imagine Nakhoul's just going to check call and then he's gone very small. So maybe there's a check raise coming.
Just the 175, perhaps going to target some of those pocket pairs that stuck around. And look at this, Nakhoul coming out for the mini check raise all of a sudden. Bedir might not like it, but he's only got to call 225 more with a gut shot and flush draw. How much, like, ace-x does he give his man here, having just peeled the 3-bit? Does he... Well, look. The full jab into the pot. And well, if you try to get that way, he beat it. And yet, though, needs a pair up, needs a queen. Is it going to be the ace?
Yeah, I think we lost you slightly there, James. But I can pretty much guess what the sort of thing you were saying. It's just a very nasty turn card, isn't it? And Nakhoul wasn't loving the diamond, but his hand's too strong, really, and he's just decided to put it in. But he has got there on the river. Huge double there for Nakhoul.
And what a change this will make to the dynamic.
Yeah, big swing now.
3 players. Yeah, 3 players now with, what, 5.5 million in chips near enough. So you've got the kind of 3 haves and then 4 have-nots. Real turn in the dynamic.
Yeah, spend it on.
Yeah, we've only just played more than an orbit, and I was saying after a couple of hands this could be going one way, but you can never predict these things, and now, yeah, it's a totally different dynamic, as you said. No big chip leader anymore. 3 guys over 5 mil.
Nice hand, Fadi.
Thank you.
Very, very tough to call now. Not really much either player could have done there. It wasn't that much money back on the turn when that diamond came, so you could argue for a check, but you're also trying to protect your hand a bit. You could still get called by worse ace-x, because he would definitely 3-bet worse ace-x pre-flop. You know, ace-4 suited, ace-5 suited type hands, so I don't blame the jam, and obviously the queen-jack of diamonds has to call and just got very unlucky on the river. But it's nice to be chip leader. You can lose a big pot like that and still be in the mix.
Yeah, that is true. So then, we march on 7-handed. The man who's perhaps most upset about that river, Bedir, is Mr. Wood, sitting on just 18 blinds. Was hoping for that ladder, worth 15k at this point. Bedir, not shy. Going to activate the next hand, this time with an ace from the cutoff. She had Adamski as well, of course, up to 4.5 million as well. So there's kind of 4 guys between 4.5 and 6.
Boom, boom, boom.
One player on, what, 17 blinds.
Like you said, yes. Just one boom from the bedroom.
Crazy hand between that.
Yeah.
You like to see that. You like to see it when people don't take it badly.
Yes, right. Nice hand, Habib.
Sip of the Turkish tea and he's back. He's back in the game.
Okay, shortest stack, 18 blinds, got 2 9s. A hand we want to find, but perhaps not the seat we want to find it in.
Yeah, you were saying about the 10s being, you know, the sort of hands that are pretty tough to play. This is a real tough one with 7 left, 18 bigs under the gun. For this reason, really, as well. You know, you get in 3-bet by under the gun 1. This is just a really, really difficult hand to play. He's gone quite big as well, 7-2-5, so it's basically half your stack. So your 2 options are you've got to go with it, knowing that he's basically not folding because he's made it 7-2-5 and you're about to go all in for 1.7.
Yeah.
Or you fold, which just feels too tight, doesn't it? So it's interesting hand.
It's difficult. Yeah, got 18 blinds. What you've got, Isaia with 22 blinds and held with 28 blinds, and the rest are all, you know, between 45 and 60 blinds. So, you know, I'm not saying we just throw caution to the wind here, but we are already beginning to separate from the bottom of the pack, and perhaps that risk premium is becoming a little shallower. But not that I think suddenly we want to get 9s in under the gun against +1 against this player.
Sure. I feel like if I have 8s and worse here, I'm just going to fold, and 9s probably lean towards folding just because of the opponent that's 3-bet me and the size he's gone, but it's tough. You're certainly not folding 10s, are you? No, I mean, I'm certainly not folding kings, Warbs, but no, I'm certainly. It feels like, as I say, because we've kind of fallen off the bottom a little bit. Obviously, we get the incentive to perhaps put it in that a little bit lighter than we would have done at the start of the final table. But still, yeah, 9s. Just come on. Nakhoul doesn't have worse than 9s. Look at him. This is, of course, being streamed on DTD Player. So if you wanna get in the chat box, we'll do some interaction with you. Just as long as it's nice. As long as it's nice, you know. No mug-offs.
Oh wow, you're sensitive. Oops.
I'm just a very easy target, Anna.
And what's that? Give us some ammo. What is it that makes you an easy target?
How long have you got?
How much do you have, Sig? 1.5?
Don't tell you.
Huh?
I don't tell you. 1 point. No, not
Oh.
Is that a spoiler in the chat box, or is he joking?
1.5. Treat it as 1.5.
Assume it's a joke.
Don't read the chat box if you don't want the spoiler.
I mean, I would have believed it was a spoiler a minute ago when we saw, you know, an all-in hand. But
Yeah, that's true.
yes, but as Warb says, welcome all along watching on the DTD Player YouTube channel. Thanks for joining us on this Sunday. I'll bring you some lovely high-stakes action from the High Roller weekend here at Onyx. I mean, it's just a warm-up compared to the High Roller Festival coming in August. A huge array of buy-ins there, anything up to $100,000 invitationals in both the 4-card and 2-card games. 25Ks with GG Millions Live going on. And of course, opportunity to qualify on GG to make your way down here in August. If you're that way inclined, please do check it out. I know some of you will be getting the Sunday grind on today. Why not win yourself a little package to the Onyx Club? And hey, who knows? If you win a seat to the Onyx Club, you may get to meet Steve Warburton. Like, what an honor that would be.
Certainly possible, isn't it? To meet me, not that it's going to be an honor. Saw Held just open the 9-7 suited in the cutoff. Same spot here. Very next hand. I feel like it was a little bit loose from Held, but you know, playing 53 big blinds seems okay. But obviously the chip leader is in the big blind.
Yeah, but I think, as we mentioned before, you know, once we start talking 50+ blinds deep, it's like, okay, come on, Mr. Chip Leader, what are you really going to try and do? I mean, it's not like Bedir can go crazy, right? He only covers by a few blinds and leave himself shortest should he double up his man. So I think, obviously, you know, an amazing structure these guys have got here. They've obviously reached the final table like in a fairly quick fashion to get here with on the 100k big blind level, and then of course that level resetting and playing in the format of 16 hands does mean that everyone does have a lot of play for now. But of course, one thing that always changes, will always change in these tournaments is exactly that. I mean, time will catch up with these guys, and suddenly all these scenarios will change as Bedir finds a king to match his 3 on the turn here, and Montagnolli needs to shut this down. And he does.
Yeah, Montagnolli could have just used his hand as a 3-street bluff. Obviously with absolutely no showdown and just targeting the ace highs, 6x, 3x. Lots of pressure on queen x, etc. But I think I'd probably have just done the same thing, and that's giving up the turn there. Back in the day, James, on FTs, there's no way that would have gone check on the turn. It just would have been bam, bam, bam. 3 barrels.
Yeah, it's true.
Things have changed a little bit, haven't they?
After this hand lines up.
Off. Going out. Blind.
$700.
700.
Yeah.
How much do you have in total now?
No, wait.
6 million.
That's a lot.
Interesting here, but Bedir decided to put the pressure on the hijack open. Nice candidate to do it, the ace-9 off.
I mean, I would be down if you play a show 1 again.
I mean,
We can play, of course. For me, that's okay. Yes.
You would also be in show 1?
Everyone agree?
Hasn't lost any confidence since he lost that hand.
If you win the hand,
Nice pickup.
you have to show 1 card.
All right,
Yeah? You also?
never mind.
No problem. You're obviously in, right?
No.
No?
Don't show my hand.
Players discussing showing one card if you win the hand. 1 card face up.
Hello. Now it's boom, no friendly anymore.
Yes, exactly.
Everyone was in, but
Over.
Well,
Nakhoul says no.
Now we have to work against you because we want to play show 1.
You see or not?
yeah.
I mean, it's it's a little different, I guess, on a stream table, right? You're going to see
Let us know.
120.
hands anyway, but
After this hand.
Nakhoul doesn't want to give these guys any information. He's planning to get up to stuff, that's why I reckon.
It's for the looks.
it's whatever.
I'm not edging.
Yeah. I don't care anyways.
That's funny as he asked for show 2 always. that was the initial request.
That would be nuts.
5 seconds.
Everyone always.
Pretty badass on the front of the table, right?
Yeah, we got it. Okay. Yeah.
675.
4 675.
How much? I didn't.
Much more scared.
675.
I'm not joining.
Well, Nakhoul trying to get way of one here. This jacket of clubs from the cutoff, but Isaia finding the butchers in the small. He's going to 3-bet and still leave that faint impression that perhaps there's a fold in there. Hey, look at this. Oops, he does stick around. Has a little look at the flop. Ace 9-5. Not one that Isaiah's too thrilled about. I mean,
Yeah, it was.
less than
Was this
pot back.
3-bet pre? Sorry, I missed it.
It was. Yeah, sorry, no, we were sort of resolving some sound issues on the back end here. So this was a open from Nakhoul, 3-bet to 675 from Isaia. And then Nakhoul deciding to take a look at the flop. And yeah, like, this is just horrible for him. I mean, obviously, you know, I guess we just have to go with the kings, come what may. Does he peel that many ace-X? Probably not, but I mean, he's going to be pretty relieved to find a fold here, I'd imagine. With wood on just 13 blinds. Nice pickup.
Yeah, a bit of a loose peel pre from Nakhoul, but he did just double up, didn't he? So he does have a few more chips to play with. I think just with the 3-better being quite short, though, it's very hard to realise your equity, and you're going to flop half a hand a lot of the time. So it's going to be quite a tough hand to play.
Oh, fine, cool. It's the coach saying, Nakhoul, don't peel with jacket of clubs again. Keep it tight,
That's
it's got
his backer.
chips. Okay, 13 blinds, but a pair +1. Ugh. I mean, obviously
Yeah,
his eyes
I'd like
just got
to
a
just
bit
see him
further
throw this
away from
away.
us. Right, especially when we're seeing hands,
still-
you know, go open, 3-bet, call. There's chances of people maybe busting the spots they shouldn't, but understandably is just going to run it here again. Obviously, has drifted a little bit further off the bottom with those. What? Oh, sorry, it's 10 blinds now. Of course, blinds have gone up, haven't they? So, and then the next shortest is like 25 blinds. So, kind of understand why he's gone for it. I think if somehow Isaia had lost that last hand, maybe, you know, he ends up check folding, say, and they both got around 15 blinds, because, or, you know, 1.5 million, I should say. Maybe he doesn't jam, but
Yeah, I missed actually that the blinds had gone to 120k.
Isaia in the cutoff. Not a pretty proposition. 2 3s off that stack, but it looks like he is going to try and get away with something. There's some talent lurking
Yeah, you're
behind
not,
with some decent stacks.
You're not really loving the deuces, 3s, 4s in this spot on this stack, but you can still open. But it's just not nice because you obviously want the blinds to have the deuce x 3x 4x hands, and if you get 3-bet, you're obviously just folding. So very, very tough hands to play. Certainly an argument to let them go pre if you've got aggressive players on your left.
Wow. What is that flop? just easy, huh? Little boat. Check it on over. And kind of a board that Isaia does need to start making bets at, right? With the 2 3s.
Yeah, bet for protection. You've still got the best hand a lot. You just want to take it down now, don't you? But not today. He's flopped the joint.
625.
Montagnolli just
check
going
raise.
for it here.
I don't mind it. I don't mind it. You know, a lot of people would just slow play here, but there are a lot of hands that will still continue from the cutoff. You know, all combinations of hearts, over pairs, queen x. Can obviously still have a jack x himself, king 10, 9 10.
Why is he having the phone?
5 seconds.
You can go over there.
As it happens, you'd assume he's just going to fold this. There's not really much you can do with 3s here.
Depends.
He
Okay, yeah, okay.
can go
Out. I use
from there.
out,
You
no.
can.
I think queen jack jack rainbow is just always going to be check call, but with the 2 hearts there, you can check raise that. Obviously, totally balanced when you have the hearts yourself. Or the straight draws as a semi bluff.
Thank you.
Well, after the first level of play, that's how things look on the FT. Bedir, well, he's put up a little bit more chips since that big outdraw that Fadi Nakhoul put on him. He's still got 24% of the chips. I think he started with like 28%, so not too much change for him. It's towards the bottom of the pack that we're looking with Phil Wood kind of adrift somewhat with those 13 blinds. Alessio, Isaia, obviously next shortest with 20, and Phil in the big blind this hand as well.
Yeah, it's just that obviously different dynamic now that between first and fourth is only 20 big blinds now, so it really is anyone's game. No clear favourite.
Bedir opening up here on the short stacks, big blind, just going for the min raise. Sometimes you see players, maybe not to a stack depth of like the 12 blinds in the big, but certainly when players get, I think, down to like sort of 7 blinds, 6 blinds, you might see a slightly larger open size. But
Yeah, I'd like to think he's sort of recognised this is the shortest stacks big blind. It's a good big blind to attack.
Did you have breakfast? Ah, yeah, you had on your room, huh? What? You had breakfast today, I was asking.
Ah, yeah.
Wood defends, finds a open-ended straight draw on King, Jack, Deuce. Bedir with no part of it, other than the backdoor spades.
But I went to bed at 12, so...
See though, with
We've
the
obviously only
lead.
played 20 hands, but there's no one really behind Bedir that's really done much. So I think that's more of a reason to open this hand pre.
No?
And this is actually quite tough for Wood to navigate. You don't want to be just check raising all in here. And he's only got 1.2 mil, and the bet's 300k. So I imagine he's just going to call. But once he does call, you know, he's got less than pot back, 0.7 SPR.
There are two small ones. One is...
And on a brick turn, it's going to be difficult. And very interesting, actually, yeah, because Bedir actually does turn the best hand, so...
Yeah,
we'll see what he does.
One is the dirty one.
dirty turn card, indeed, for Wood. Obviously, you know, was in a fantastic situation here, calling. Of course, might not have been able to win it, but and now look at this. Bedir just says, hey, let's run it. There's draws out there. And, well, disaster for Wood, down to just 955k. Obviously, you know, I like everything you're saying with the flop call, but it's just one of those annoying situations in a tournament where if he had found the check jam, he just wins the pot easily, and he has like double the stack he has now. But it's just the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a punt though, just to be check raise jamming that. So I don't blame him. I think that turn jam actually is probably quite good with the 8. I mean, it's a bit of a merge, isn't it? It's like you might get a jack to fold. Yeah. You're not really getting a king to fold, but like so many draws. I quite like it really because, you know, he only had that much left, so
Very scary.
1.3 in there. You know, he only had 900 left. I actually don't mind it. You have the best hand enough. Putting the pressure on.
Yeah, I'm with you. I kind of. It kind of slept it at the time it was happening, but I'm with you. It's a weird one, like you say. You can make some jacks fold and deny all the equity against hands like that. I mean, like the Queen 10 just had a bunch of equity still, so nicely done. But here, back at it, this time from under the gun with Ace-9 now. Adamski. He's seen a lot of opens from this seat. Is he gonna now look to play back? Feels like the first hand he's been dealt where he can play back is exactly what he's gonna do. Coming out with a 3x3 bet.
Yeah, it's very difficult in that last hand to, you know, be calling off Jack 10 off, for example. So that's that one. But yeah, you've nailed this one as well. Maybe Adamski was sort of waiting for a spot like this because he's seen Bedir have everything his own way, and it's a great candidate to do it with. He's obviously versus under the gun, but he's seen Bedir open a lot of hands.
Yeah. Bedir, one assumes. I mean, you know, we might feel like he's coming after us, but are we really gonna play back at him with Ace-9 off? I mean, looks like he's seriously considering it.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is the opponent Bedir wants to really be playing back at, certainly at this point on the FT. But it would be pretty sick. But no, he does let it go. I think that's the correct play.
Early stages of this FT coming to you from the Onyx Club. In merit is the High Roller weekend. The final 7 are still the final 7. After the first 3 orbits or so. But it is Philipp Wood with under 1 million chips now at the 120k big blind level that all the eyes are on, no doubt. Everyone keen for ladders. 47k locked up, 62 the next pay jump, climbing all the way up to $315,000 up top.
250.
Dempsey going to try and do what Bedir couldn't manage last hand, which is win with Ace-9 offsuit.
Benito Carboni. That's who Daniel Montagnolli looks like. Remember him? Used to play for Sheffield Wednesday.
I'm going to have to go to Google, I'm afraid.
You don't know Benito Carboni? Wow.
Ever have your phone on loud?
Absolute Premier League legend.
I remember the name, but I mean, I have to look at a picture to decide if I agree with you.
I mean, you're going to Google it and just see a picture of Daniel. You're going to look at it and think, wow, that is literally the same guy.
Yeah, he's the same guy. This is
almost no point Googling.
This is an alias.
On a headset it's fine, but like this,
I don't like it either.
oh, it's like someone calls.
Have you found him? What do you think?
Why didn't you just write me?
Yeah, I say this is just an alias. This is, yeah, I'm with you.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Moms do call.
Yeah.
My mom actually writes me a lot before.
Ah, okay.
See that time.
Okay, Adamski with the small bet on this board that certainly favours his +1 opening range. Bedir. Bedir's like itching already. He's like, hang on a second, pal. This is my day. I'm the chip leader at this final table. Don't you be coming after me.
Yeah, he looks like a bit later on the FT he'll be doing some things, but recognising still 7 left. Very standard c-bet there, just over 1 big blind. You don't need to go bigger than that on that kind of board texture versus big blind.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of Bedir at previous merit tables, both FTs and feature tables, and he's definitely one who likes to battle. You know, which is evidenced in his head in the mob resume with all those big scores.
Is there any player from merit that you don't know? You're like the absolute boss of knowing every single merit player, and certainly done your homework, haven't you, James?
Seen a lot of merit action. I mean, I'm a little bit upset we don't have Gilgi Shkalukia in the mix here. I wonder if he's been playing the high roller weekend. He is the merit boss. He might not have won the most money, but he's yeah, Gia. He's our man.
Oh, Gia, yeah. Got you.
Nice little run of hands for Adamski. He's climbing on up.
Got a question in the DTD live chat, James, which is a perfect question for you because it follows on from you knowing all the merit regs.
Yeah.
Ricardo says, are most of these guys local regs?
Well, I saw that. Yeah, and obviously local will be a stretch because, as anyone who is familiar with merit will know, it's kind of a fly-in destination. I mean, everyone comes to play poker here, but yeah, a lot of these guys are regulars in the tournaments here. I mean, I've seen Adamski here a lot of times, Justus, Alessio, Selahaddin. I think I've seen Montagnolli here before as well. Not 100% sure on that, but yeah, I mean, it's the kind of place that people don't come to once and never come back. Merit. It's like once you find this place, you're here a lot. So yeah, they'll have more history with each other than I think you might normally expect, given the fact we've got 7 players with 7 different nationalities. Normally you'd be like, oh, maybe they don't play that much together because maybe this is some random stop in, I don't know, choose a country in Europe somewhere. But in merit, I think it's a little different, that the players will know each other a lot more than you might imagine.
I was just about to say, yeah, it's very rare on an FT you get everyone from a different nationality. We have Lebanon, Turkey, Italy, Hungary, Germany, Austria, and Netherlands. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And the 2 UK guys sat in the booth.
Here we go.
Oh, disaster turn here.
Yeah.
Adamski with the outdraw.
Everything really is.
Thanks, aces and eights.
going his way, isn't it, as he finds that 8 on the turn. And with so many draws on there, I wonder if Montagnolli feels like he must bet again.
That's 315.
That's what he's going to do. Well, perhaps for his benefit, a kind of smaller sizing, 30%.
Yeah, he's obviously just going small on the turn to charge the draws. Maybe some king x, some worse ace x, obviously, and then we'll look to just check back on the river.
Yeah, I wonder if, just given the size being so small, if they're going to be a check raise out of this seat from Adamski. But I mean, obviously, you're just up against like the kings, aces, ace king, all still possible in that seat. So yeah, it does this cool, and queen on the river.
Yeah, I think population here always check calls, but when you see this size on the turn of 30%, it is kind of the hand it is. You know, it might be sort of king jack of hearts maybe, but it's usually something that's one pair and just wants to almost buy a bit of a free showdown sort of thing, a cheap showdown rather.
Yeah.
So you could definitely argue for a check raise there, but it can get a bit dicey.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, it's funny. I always watch these hands when you're seeing cards up coverage, and you think, oh, maybe check raise here. But I know in game myself, I'm just check calling there. Go on then, pal. You keep bluffing. Like you keep shoveling chips in there. But I wonder if perhaps like a raise there is maybe the better route. In case you're up against a hand like an ace, or just the fact that our opponent can have a bunch of those draws as well. But I wonder, to that sizing, are they ever draw heavy? I don't know. It does, like you say, scream of kind of some weaker value.
Yeah, you obviously do want him, you know, to maybe just have queen jack and keep betting, but I feel like so many players just don't go too crazy at this part of the FT. You could definitely argue for a check raise there and just play it that way.
375.
375.
Oh, here we go.
I was making
Keeping the run going.
I was making. Oh, go on. Oh yeah, he is. He's
too exciting
keeping up the aggression. Small blind to big.
Yeah, just leveraging that 20 big blind stack, because I mean this makes a lot more sense when you remember Philipp's got what 900k and is really big blind in the time. Whoa! Whoa! My word!
Wow, did not see that coming.
Next break, boss. Next break.
What the heck?
Thank you.
That's incredible.
Oh my word!
Okay, thank you.
What was that?
There was no flop, right? That was 100% pre-flop, right?
What was that? I was just saying how great this is. A spot to raise from the small blind. Get, you know, the big blind just has to place no honest. With Philipp going to be all in a minute, or you know, feasibly going to be all in the next few hands, given that he's got to play through the blinds, and then all of a sudden Jack 5 off finds its way into the middle. Well played, sir. I mean, wow.
Any chance of a graphical error there? That was just, it was just seems. I mean, I guess it's too early to say out of character, but that was pretty wild.
It's certainly, yeah, might not be out of character, I don't know, but it's certainly out of line. I mean, wow, that's setting out the story. He's just recognizing, hey, look, this guy's going to open any two from the small blind here and have that. I mean, yeah, great when you make the queen 5-4. Doesn't look too smart though when the guy just has tens and calls you.
وين؟ كنت هون انت وصلتوا؟ عم تحضر؟ شو على اي واحد؟ شو اللينك؟ بعت لي اياه. بعت لي اللينك واتساب.
Yeah, he wasn't on Henderbob actually, Mr. Held, so I've got no information on him, if he is a tournament regular or not.
Yeah, he is, but one of those guys has obviously hidden his Henderbob for whatever reason.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, depending where you live, different reasons why you might want to hide your Henderbob. Yeah, for that reason, yeah.
Yeah, the guy that jams the Jack 5 off there maybe doesn't want people to know. He didn't even do it like it was like a sort of huge deal for him. He was just like, yeah, I'm all in here. And then like quietly mucks, just next hand, whatever. Doesn't show, obviously, just... Hopefully we see a few more plays from him like that. It's pretty gangster.
I'm trying to think, if I remember, I think he may live in Cyprus now, actually.
25.
What's this?
5 raised to 50.
Okay. He's wearing a Marriott poker hat, right? Mm-hmm. Is that what that says? I can't quite see it, but...
Yeah. It is a Marriott hat, but... I'm just trying to remember. Obviously, it's hard without the Hendemob access. He did... One of the last... Maybe it was last summer he won something, or was right in the mix of one of the Merit main events, I think. Right at the end, and that came up. But I think... I might be wrong with this, so apologies if so. If someone in the chat knows more than I do, please do correct me. But I think he does now live in Cyprus.
Yeah. And Wood very short here. He does have to peel this, and the aim of the game now is to flop a piece. Because he has 525k back, 680k in the pot. It's not what he wanted to see. You can imagine one big blind is just going to take this down. And Wood's obviously got to pay the small blind next hand. Very, very short now.
It's going great. It's going great. Indeed.
What is?
It's going great.
Adamski with 1.1 million live earnings. His best live cash is 424k, so he's been around the block. You can sort of tell he knows the spots.
Yeah. What to do, so you should feel confident now. Get what you asked for.
He had one big plan.
Because of me.
Yeah. Who was that?
He? The threes against his nine.
After that, okay.
The nine
All right.
against his threes. Yeah, after that one big plan.
Wood in a small blind here. The rest will be looking at that straight away at Adamski. That's where his eyes dart to, because it's a stack that's likely to find chips in the middle soon.
250.
Adamski going to top it up with 7-8 of clubs. And obviously a hand that, you know, more than fine to take on that short stack with, should he need to.
Yeah, it's very, very important. Almost every hand by now, where he does find it, yeah.
I say all that, like the 8-7 suited a fine hand to take the small blind on with, and he's up against exactly the hand he doesn't want to be up against in the 2-8s. And what a dreamy scenario this is going to be for Wood. You know, you're thinking of somehow have an underpair, somehow have like ace-5, but far better than that. It's the 7-8 of clubs. And he's got him absolutely goose.
Oh my god.
No decision there. 275k more to win $1 million. Was not hoping to see the 8s. But yeah, I was just gonna say before this hand, it's just so important now to not just look at your two cards, look at every stack behind you. Whose big blind is it? You know, try and sort of predict what's going to happen if you do open.
Well, the 8's looking like holding on King, Queen, Deuce. If they lose from here, it would be filthy.
There
we go. The full double up for Wood, but the full double up is only up to 10 blinds.
How much
so far from out of the woods yet. But yeah, it's a good point you make, Steve. I think I always like it when I heard it described as like collision equity. So it's like, okay, I can open this hand and be chip profitable, and even maybe cash profitable opening a hand. But if I fold the hand, maybe something really good happens behind where it, you know, blind on blind encounters where they're both shallow stacked. It easily gets in, and it's a good thing to be thinking about on final tables, for sure.
Yeah, and it's kind of similar thinking, you know, when people put in 78% of their stack and 3 players go all in behind and then they can fold and things. You know, it's not just it's not just playing every hand chip EV. It's all about ICM. And as we said earlier, 7th 47k, first 315k. It's such a huge difference between possibly 2 or 3 hours of poker. You know, it isn't a lot.
Yeah.
50.
Nakhoul. Gonna raise it up from the small blind. Just minning it though. 250. Bedir with, well, trash behind, but we've seen Jack 5 off played from the big blind already today.
Yeah, not a big fan of this size. I prefer limp rather than the min open, but he's going to get the Jack 5 off to fold. You want to, you know, with a hand like King 10 suited there, you want to keep in the worst kings and the worst 10s. So if you're min raising, you may as well just limp and keep in the 10-3 and 10-5 and things, as you've got a big advantage to outflop them. I'd like to just pause the FT and go and ask Justus held whether he did know he had Jack 5 there and just what he was thinking. I'm just really curious to see if like he knew what was happening, or he's misread his hand, or it's a grab glare or something. It's just.
Do you think he just looked at the Jack twice?
What was happening? Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe.
Calling. How much?
Wow, love this. Isaia just going after the Nakhoul button open, but I mean, the value is 20 blinds, and we're pretty sure Nakhoul's not going to call that, but just wants to know what the situation is, and perhaps posturing, just trying to save a little bit of face that he opened. But I mean, we're allowed to have raise folds on the button. That's the truth of it. No shame.
Sure. You also never know whether someone's going to gamble. You know, he's got 38k in tournament winnings ever. He's already got 47k. You might just be like, yeah, I've got 47k locked up. I like this hand.
Everything goes out.
Might have a spin.
I think he's going to use a time card. So, I mean, I always think when people start stalling, thinking, you know, maybe there's a bit of posturing. Once a time card goes in there, it's suddenly, you know, those things do have some value. I mean...
Yeah, the time card would definitely suggest he's seriously thinking about this, but you'd obviously expect him to fold. You can certainly gamble, but I feel like there's better spots to gamble on the FT. It's a pretty loose jam, actually, isn't it? Pre-flop, the Queen Jack off. Sticks it in there, you know. It's not a normal 20 big blind stack, is it? You know, 20 big blinds on this FT is a lot of chips.
Yeah, and especially, like I say, I mean, obviously Wood's just doubled up, but still only has, what, 10 blinds. But I guess just recognizing Nakhoul, hey, he probably thinks Nakhoul's going to open a lot of buttons, and yeah, it's piled in the Queen Jack. I wonder if he thinks he with the Queen Jack that, hey, look, I mean, does he get Ace Jack to fold? I wouldn't have thought so. Like, does he get King Queen to fold? Maybe King Queen and King Jack fold. I don't know. I
was about to say about King Queen. Yeah, I'm not even sure King Queen folds, so it's a bit dicey. Yeah,
I think I prefer cool and just take the flop with Queen Jack. It plays pretty well. Your opponent's going to attack the boards that suit you, but hey. That's the move he made. Here comes Wood. Gonna commit the majority of his chips, obviously just leaving some back in case carnage would ensue behind and he could perhaps get some ladder ups.
You could even just 3-bet fold the Queen Jack there as well if you think the button's going to play pretty honestly. you know, you sort of find out the same information, don't you?
Right.
But yeah, I'm with you. I'll just call there. But my second option would be to 3-bet fold. Third option, go all in. And that's what he did. So you know, that's the game. Everyone plays different.
Yeah, I wonder how much, obviously, these guys have been playing over the last couple of days, and earlier today, getting down to this final table, they were playing for hours. I wonder if he just was on a table with Nakhoul and just maybe has a line that he kind of just opens every unopened button, or maybe he's just seen him turn up with some trash from the button, some really bad hands. Because, I mean, the 6-7 suited is perfectly fine open, but maybe he's seen just some absolute nonsense, and so, you know, decided to go for it.
Yeah, 100% actually. There's nothing that winds me up more when, you know, there's sort of two commentators who have watched, I don't know, 25 hands and they're saying these things, but it's like, yeah, but I've been sitting with this guy for 2 days or whatever it might be, and obviously the players do tend to know more than you. You've only seen a sample of hands, and they've been potentially playing with someone for a longer time.
Well, we can see here the players are going on a break after this hand, but for now, Nakhoul is back in the action. This time he has the kings. Justus held peeling from the big blind with that suited ace, and well, the jam perhaps coming a couple of hands too late in terms of 3-bet action. Look at this flop for Justus held, finds top 2 against Nakhoul's kings, has that king of diamonds working.
There is no Justus.
Will he find a raise here, or is he just going to check call to that min bet?
Yeah, a lot of the time you just want to be check calling here, but to that size, you could definitely argue a small check raise. And he does.
That's exactly.
It's just a gross spot now for Nakhoul.
It's like this.
Like this?
Yeah.
Right, you don't expect to get check raise, I guess, 2 of them on A7-3 in a final table scenario like this, but I mean, kings are still a lot of hand. He does stick around. There is perhaps some straight draws, maybe even some diamond draws that might want to raise here, and he does keep his man honest for at least one street. And Justus with just 2.2 back and 1.6 in the middle, looking to try and get this in, of course.
Yeah, the problem is, you know, along with the 4-5 deuce 4, oh, I don't like the jam, but the problem is obviously along with the deuce 4 and 4-5 check raises, you're supposed to check raise a portion of king X, aren't you? You know, sort of king X of diamonds, or let's say like king 5 with the king of diamonds. Nakhoul's obviously got the king of diamonds in his hand, so it's just a bit of a problem. But I didn't expect him to just overbet jam turn. It's a bit of overkill that he wanna.
I wonder if he's just thinking his man has like an ace of such a high frequency when he sticks around and he won't fold it, and that maybe he's got some diamonds, he wants to deny him, so playing it maybe a little bit more exploitedly there. Either way, Justus does make the kings fold the turn, and that will bring us to our first break of the final table. This is how the stacks look as we head on that break. Selahaddin Bedir still leads as he did at the start of the day, but certainly with a less commanding position. Philipp Wood, the shortest with just 13 blinds, although the blinds will be going up when we return, so be even more pain ahead for him. Guys, please don't go too far. We'll be back in about 12 minutes for continuing coverage here of the High Roller Weekend final table.
What do you think? This is his, or this is
And welcome back to the High Roller weekend here at the Onyx Club. Beautiful northern Cyprus. And look at that. Look at that sea orbs. Doesn't it just look delicious? Don't you just want to jump in? I want to jump in. Look at it. What's this new floaty thing out there in the thing? Hang on a second. I need to get out there and check that thing out. I think, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to tell you is I could do this discreetly on the side with Warbs, but I'm going to remind him that he hasn't unmuted his mic yet. Because I'm just going to blast him. Ah, there you are.
I'm just happily chatting away. Just it's not my first rodeo, but it's, you know, it's only maybe my fourth or my fifth. So, you know, I'm still making the rookie mistakes, aren't I?
Well, it's not so.
It was all nonsense anyway. I was just talking about that float that's in the sea.
How good does it look?
You can swim to it, can't you? It's good. Yes, it's good. I've swam to it before. It's great.
Yeah. No, but this was like a huge, like, castle type thing. This wasn't just a small pontoon. I mean, the thing's had some expansions done.
Oh, okay. I thought it was just the normal one. All right, they're obviously.
No,
well, they're building that water park, aren't they? It's just like next door.
It's all the talk of it. Right. Anyway, poker. Bedir still has that chip lead, 44 bigs, but obviously things have shadowed somewhat as we're going to start playing the 150k big blind level, and you know we don't wish ill on anyone, but the first two levels of this FT haven't produced a casualty. I'd be surprised if we didn't lose at least one player in this level, just given that the depth is that much shallower.
Cheap raise.
It was cheap raise 5,000.
5K.
You should have just not told me, by the way, and just like had 15 minutes of me on mute. Just carrying along, just not saying a word.
Yes, I have keys.
Would have been good.
Yeah, I think the viewers would have been happier, but hey ho, I'd have been lonely.
Just discussing that hand before the break. He did have kings, managed to get away on the turn.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure if that was just saying, like, that he had a7 on the hand, or they're just discussing the fact the ball was a7. I don't know if he knows yet. Obviously, the delay 30 minutes or so it wouldn't have been aired yet. I can't imagine he would have told him. So they must have just been discussing the thought text.
Yeah, I don't think he said something. Very curious to see how this blind battle gets on with Mr. Held after that Jack 5 off before. Playing a bit more standardly. Limps the King 9-0 and Jack 9 off checks.
Well, 9 on the board. It's important to keep the nasal passage free, Orbs. You know, you need to breathe through that thing.
That wasn't me, you know.
I don't know. That's the thing. How would I know that? I can see it wasn't these three gentlemen. So it's sort of, the field has narrowed somewhat. As Montagnolli decides to bet that flopped second pair, now third pair with the open ender, and unfortunately for him, he's going to get action from one of the few hands that credibly beat him at this point as played. Oh. Saving grace perhaps is a diamond.
Yeah, I was just about to say this King 9 off's playing in a more standard way, which is just making me think that Jack 5 off wasn't maybe what it seems. But yeah, it's a bit of a cooler river here after the action.
Yeah, I was wondering
Montagnolli should definitely be value betting this.
Yeah, for sure he will. And I wonder, it just seemed like he did think a minute about whether he should bet himself, maybe worried that perhaps a queen might take back this river, but obviously wants to allow some bluffs that could continue, and certainly they may on a diamond. And yeah, just calls and gets to see how lucky he was that it's, you know, the next pip up, as it were. The next best hand. Oh, I mean, not an insignificant pot on this FT.
You could potentially argue for a check raise there, but I don't blame anyone just for calling. But given the action, it's quite hard for King 9 not to be the best hand there, but it's whether you think you're going to get called by worse.
Yeah. I mean, diamond's got to be somewhat concerning, right? I mean, your opponent could have checked back a diamond draw, then decided to bet it on the turn. Maybe there is some
maybe, yeah,
still.
maybe.
does the queen call a check raise? I mean, obviously it should at some frequency, I guess, just to not be exploited, but...
Sure. Bedir back in the saddle, the ace-5 off from +1.
Yeah, and going after that big blind that is ever shorter. Well, again, finds a hand that one imagines can flip the player flop again. Others.
Yeah, you'd imagine he's going to peel this 10-9 off. He's obviously very short, and back in the day, you know, a lot of people would just be folding here, but you can definitely call, try and get a piece, or more than a piece in this case. You know, the shorter you are, actually the better it is for these sort of middling hands. You can't really get in too much trouble because you just don't have that many chips, so you are supposed to peel very wide in these spots, even though you are short. Look to flop a 9 or a 10. In this case, he's flopped both. I think it's a great spot just to call. Obviously, there's a lot of bad turns for you, Queen, Jack, Heart, etc. But it's just such a great spot for the chip leader to put so much pressure on you on the turn. I think you should take a risk here and just check call the flop. But he has gone with jam, which I can't blame. He can still get called by lots of worse hands. Just a bit unlucky this time that he does have nothing.
Yeah, I like everything you said there. I mean, we saw Bedir do it before, right? We saw him do the 5-8. Obviously, you know, picked up a pair, but shown a willingness to hammer hard on turns. But completely understandable, like you say. Like, you know, is Bedir going to fold a pair here, like a flopped pair? I don't know.
Sure.
Pass.
Well, key pick up for wood, but can be upsetting to the rest somewhat that the short stack survives once again.
Yes.
He's hanging in there, Philipp, isn't he? Hanging in there.
Yeah, and he's got, what, 14 bigs now, Isaia with 18, so they're the two shortest. Montagnolli now down to 20 bigs himself, having, of course, just lost that last pot. Hasn't really got anything going, so it is bunching up a little bit again towards the bottom as Wood claws his way back into this one.
Yeah, it's the old cliche, isn't it?
Yeah.
When we get an all-in, someone doubles up. It just takes one double to get yourself right back in it. Any one of these players sort of doubles up and they're massively in contention.
300.
Two nice hands here, the King Queen suited and the Jack 10 suited. Hijack versus Big Blind. Fairly deep for a tournament anyway. And both flopping something.
Yeah. Great flop for Adamski. Everything has gone his way thus far, this FT. I think he's kind of... nothing major, but just kind of won all the key pots, all the small pots he's been involved with, and once again out flopping his man.
600.
Yeah, and Adamski's got the sort of hand on a lot of runouts. He can bet 3 streets, so this could turn into quite a difficult spot for Nakhoul. He needs a bad run out that would be a good run out for him.
Yeah, and a big bet here. 600k.
Yeah, interesting. Wow. Just fold. Incredible.
Well played, sir.
Just
well played. Just
literally down to the size. 600 into 800, and he just lets go a hand as good as 10 Jack suited, and he was correct. Amazing fold.
That's special. That is. Yeah, it's funny. We were sort of sitting here thinking this is going to get really murky for him on a lot of runouts. He's going to be have to call off, call the some turns and all that. He's just like, no, lads, no, lads. I'll just check fold flop. Like,
yeah. And if the King Queen does watch this stream back, he'll be absolutely fuming that the 10 has folded, because it shouldn't be.
Right, he's just owned you at that point, really. Okay, Adamski. At it again. This time King 10 off from +1.
If he does have someone watching the stream, it's a very good hand to message your mate about and say, you know, in like 30 minutes time, you can say, listen, if you want to get this man to fold on the flop, just bet, you know, 3/4 pot, and he's going to be folding a hand as good as second pair, pretty good kicker. It's a pretty good exploit to know if he has got one of his mates watching.
Yeah, for sure. So this time he misses Queen 6-4 up against Bedir, who I think is getting, like, visibly seemed to be a little bit irked when he got 3-bet by this man a couple of orbits ago, and certainly Bedir will fight back. But is this the kind of flop he can fight back on when he does get to have a lot better hands? Let's see. He's facing that 600k bet again. Wow, Adamski's just got his bet size.
Yeah, interesting sizing choice on these two boards. Not really much you can do with the ace-9 off. Ace-9 suits you can obviously call with clubs, hearts and spades, but especially to that size you do just have to fold.
I mean, yeah, I was going to say, I mean, do we enjoy calling those ace-9s backdoor flush draws for 600k on that board? I mean, it just seems to me to be getting pretty murky.
I mean, you
already.
don't enjoy it, no, but you are supposed to.
Okay.
Do you enjoy it? Of course not.
I don't enjoy much, Warbs. Apart from that floating palace in the sea. I want to go check that out. Let's, you know, look the business.
Who's your winner? You've not picked a winner yet.
Well, I'm going to have to just go with what I've seen so far. So I'm taking Adamski.
Yeah, fair. I've got to stick with Bedir. I set my stall out early.
Right. Here's your man in the small. Going to complete with the 4-5 off.
500.
As I will. I was going to do an inventory. I wonder if he ever decides just to run this 8-9 suited. He does.
Yeah, I was just
I think just perceiving that Bedir perhaps
whether to scam or check.
Yeah, perhaps thinking, hey, like this guy's perhaps going to be unbalanced, small to big. I don't think there's going to be too many traps. We saw him limp in with a 7-deuce early, didn't we, and sort of check it down.
Sure, and we saw him jam the Queen Jack off there. So I feel like these plus chippy V jams he seems to like taking. I think that 9-8 suit, he had 17 big blinds, didn't he? It seems fine, isn't it? It seems fine until you run into it and feel stupid.
Okay, Montagnolli. Not been the best final table for him thus far, but obviously having coming second of chips could weather some of those storms, and he finds himself with ace 10 and 20 blinds and under the gun open.
Yeah, more than good enough to open under the gun. See if he gets any action. He will do. He dominates the big blinds 10 and off.
Five, six, seven flop, and it's Justus leading out. He is.
I was gonna say, is he gonna lead this flop? I feel like it's a good flop to lead.
Montagnolli is gonna keep him honest.
You're figuring that off 20 big blinds under the gun's not opening. A lot of hands that connect with this board. Maybe not even fives, sixes, possibly not. So he's just decided this is his board and he's going to keep attacking it. Small sizings, but he's basically just targeting the ace high hands to get them to fold. Doesn't need to go bigger than that because he's not trying to fold an overpair. He does get the job done. Nice play. Five,
yeah,
obviously a very good turn for him.
Showing some chops here, manoeuvring around in these final table situations, just picking on Montagnolli. A lot of experience there.
Yeah, he's got some creativity, Mr. Hell, doesn't he? I like it.
Certainly does. Adamski now having taken the chip lead off Selahaddin, Bedir, the two, and Justus held really separated from the pack. But again, I keep saying this, it wouldn't take a lot for Philipp Wood to suddenly be chip leader. I mean, you wouldn't be surprised, would you? I mean, he could just go double-double and that's that. Good big chip leader if he double-doubled.
Yeah, it's very tight, isn't it? Very tightly bunched. Philipp Wood be chip leader if he doubles up twice.
Wow, there we go. There we go.
I'm here all week. I'm here all week.
Magical stuff from you. Magical. While we have you here.
Can't think of any other reason why you have me here, so yeah. Wonder if Bedir will continue his strategy here and open this ace-4 off. Yeah, I like it. Adamski, you don't tend to really see this hand as a 3-bet bluff too much. You want to be taking the ace-x, king-x hands. So he does decide to peel.
Yeah.
Maybe thinking
really
there's a bit of a post-flop edge.
Yeah, you're just trying to get into it, I think, a little bit with Bedir, obviously playing this hand. Just taking 7 high in. It does allow Montagnolli to come in here with 2 3s. Just flicking the one more blind, try and flop gin. Well, that flop is not one that will see much action, you would imagine. I wonder if Adamski still, though, tries to stab at it should Bedir check, just given the fact that he's the one who's peeled the button. He's supposed to have this board. With a hand this poor, does he want to put chips in? Maybe he can just go super small.
Yeah, Montagnolli, a bit of a decision he could have maybe gone all in pre. I mean, it's a bit of a disaster because Adamski will just have a lot of pocket pairs and you can get called, but he's not super deep. And if you do get fold, it's a great pickup for you.
I like this from Adamski. Is going to stab at it. It's like a low percentage but high value bluff, and just finds 2 hands that can't continue. These little pots so cool. Look at this now. 7 million chips. 1.5 million chips clear of Bedir.
Yeah, every pot so crucial now the blinds are this big. One mistake and you're out the door.
You go find yourself on that floating palace out in the sea. Not so bad.
I knew you were going to mention that. I kind of set you up for it, really, didn't I? One mistake, you're in the sea.
That simple. Yeah. It's all right. There's worse places to bust out tournaments, you know?
I've been in the sea many a time in Cyprus. Literally and metaphorically. Well, Adamski, keep up the aggression and pressure here. Be a very loose open. Yeah, you got the short stack is obviously in the big blind, isn't he?
Yeah, and the other one in the small. But I mean, obviously that does work both ways, doesn't it? They sort of incentivize the 3-bet pile a lot.
Yeah. Which he would have done. Picking up the 2 jacks there. That's pretty brutal because everyone's raised his big blind every orbit. This is the first one he gets a walk and finds 2 jacks. It's a cruel game.
Yeah, no.
And you won?
Yeah. I scored yesterday already.
Do you look or not? You know, when you get a walk?
I actually do. And people are like, oh, you shouldn't look because it's a negative free roll. Yeah. But I think it's a massive positive free roll. When you look and you just at 9-3 off and you've got a walk, you're like loving life. Like,
it's definitely a negative free roll, but I always look for the pain. It's just too funny, isn't it? Like,
you win 2 times against Jürgen?
Yeah. I had one last week with aces, which did hurt a little bit when I looked down. And I mean, most of the time I've looked at my cards beforehand anyway, so it's rare that it folds around to. I haven't looked, but this particular case I hadn't looked yet, and I feel like I normally look early, but if I haven't looked by the time it gets to like the hijack, then I don't look. Like, it's weird. That's not a conscious thing; it's just subconsciously. I'm like, ooh, getting exciting.
The most surprising thing about that is that you're still playing poker. I thought you retired years ago.
Well, a reasonable assumption.
Must have been a very small home game.
Exactly what it was. Just me and my 16,000 closest friends in Vegas. I'm the 250th best player in the Colossus, mate. Don't worry about that.
That's your tournament, that one, isn't it, actually?
Full blind, rock, lots of fish. I've got a Johnson.
They don't have a fucking.
That was the one that last year you came like 40th, right?
I think it was like a couple of years ago, yeah, like about, I think 40, I think maybe like 60 or something like that anyway, pretty deep in it.
That's what that thing is for. Sure.
Yeah.
Also, there's no...
It's a good tournament.
There's not much, right? There's no Onyx merchandise.
Huh?
There's no Onyx merchandise. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be pretty cool.
I don't want it.
I hear them talking there, obviously Justus wearing his merit hat, saying there's no Onyx merchandise. I mean, let's get on that team. Come on. The Onyx High Roller Club doesn't have any merch yet. Let's fix that. Need a free hoodie.
If you were not able to buy it, it would still be...
Must do somewhere. There'll be a room somewhere just full of merch.
Bedir getting the walk.
Bedir this time with the walk. Oh.
Not like Triton, where everyone can buy.
Word for word, that's like we're reading from a script.
We have to confess at this point to the more wonderful viewers that myself and Warbs do have a slight lag issue with our sound. So where the cash game nights, it was kind of easy to get away with because the players are doing so much talking, we don't have to talk as much. But here, please understand that if it sounds like we're just repeating each other, it's just because we do have a little bit of a lag. So please excuse that. If it does occasionally.
Yeah, it sounds like we're repeating each other. There's just a little bit of a lag, so excuse that.
Very well played. That's really tickled me, that. Very well done. Well done. Well done. At first I thought, I've just said this. It got me for the first second. I was like... Oh, brilliant. I'm done. It's got me.
I feel like there's a big clash coming. There's too many stacks that are, you know, ready to get it in. I feel like 2 hands are coming and we're going to see some action. Bedir here with the queen nine off on the button. It's a tough. Yeah, oh, sorry, he's not on the button. He's small blind. Does decide to continue his strategy of limping. And interesting that, yeah, Isaia doesn't take the jam spot. Did take the 8-9 of clubs, didn't he? But
yeah, he took 8-9 of clubs.
Queen jack of clubs.
Took queen jack offsuit against the button, and maybe just thinking like, maybe he in his mind he's thinking, hey, I jammed this last time this guy limped. Maybe this guy's going to be less inclined to limp now from the small blind. Maybe then just adjusting his ranges slightly on the fly. Obviously, queen jack suited is a nice hand to check back with as well because you just get situations like this. But I'm not surprised to see a check, but maybe I'm surprised to see a check out of this player, just given how he's sort of set out his stall playing from the blinds. Oof, that's a pretty grim river.
Nice.
Yeah, I think you have to be a little bit aware sometimes that other players do change their strategies based on what they've seen. Even though you might have only done something 2 or 3 times, he might be just a little bit conscious, thinking, you know, if Bedir did have a good hand now, maybe he would limp. So, but I think you've got to be careful to sort of level yourself, and you should probably just play your own game. But maybe he was thinking that. He did get very unlucky there on the river and did end up losing the pot, which he would have won without the 9. But yeah, it's a bit strange taking the 9-8 of clubs and that queen jack off, and not taking queen jack of clubs there, because it's more than good enough to just rip it in pre.
Justus giving the king 6 suited from under the gunner guy. And this is one of the ones that the solver always seems to love. Oh, Bedir think about something, but king 8 off from the button against an under the gun open, yeah. Adamski, a nice hand to peel with.
He's sort of been quietly chipping up Justus held, hasn't he? You know, he started the F2 with 2.8. Has 5.4, possibly more, possibly less, depending on this hand. Probably more, to be honest, after that flop. So yeah, he's kind of been going about his business and chipping up nicely.
And continues to do so. You know, I suggested, whoops, that this level would surely see a bust out, but I mean, we must be like halfway through the level and still no sign of that action.
It's coming. It's definitely coming.
Yeah, that's desperate.
$47,000 is what the players have all locked up thus far. The next pay jump gets you up to 62,000. Things climb, as you would expect, all the way up to the first prize of $315,000 for the winner of the Onyx Club High Roller weekend. Well, it's only the first of 3 events. This one is the largest by virtue of the fact that it has 2 starting days. So we have a couple more 10Ks coming.
They'll all be looking at that top 4, won't they? Everyone wants that 6-figure score. 108K for 4th. That's where you'll
yeah, that's nice.
Where you'll be looking to start off and see what happens after that.
Another walk.
Yeah, up over 6 million now. So he's at the best chip accumulation, hasn't he? Started with 2.8, as I just said. More than doubled without having to be all in. Well, having to be all in and called. He obviously was all in with the Jack 5 off, but got it through.
Yeah, that was the eyebrow raiser in the first frame, for sure. So that jam, I guess, as well. Nakhoul's getaway with the Jack 10 on King 10 board. That was somewhat surprising to us. Maybe not quite to the same level, but Nakhoul's really been through it, right? I mean, obviously he was fortunate / unfortunate, however you want to see it, with the ace queen v queen jack. Obviously flop trip aces, done himself behind, got out of it, but then since then it's kind of all gone the wrong way for him. Lost with kings against ace 7.
Yeah, it's actually pretty tiring, you know, when you get in all these spots and you're not really winning and stuff. It can be a bit grueling on the final table.
Montagnolli electing to defend the 4-3
it's very hot.
Well, Jack 9-7 board, not one Bedir loves to see, but there's that backdoor spades, and he has shown just pure aggression in these spots thus far. No, perhaps that board recognizing best serve with a check back. I mean, there aren't too many hands that are supposed to fold Jack 9-7, I guess, from the big blind pill. You make the assumption that some of these hands are going to fold. Yeah.
Yeah, he has decided to try and take some showdown here. He could definitely rep some 10x though. I would have liked to turn back there. He might have found a way to lose this pot. Montagnolli recognizing he's probably got some sort of ace high hand. He has gone very small. It's probably going to work versus this hand specifically. I'm not sure if it might have worked versus something like ace queen, maybe ace king, but
you let me win one.
Gets the job done.
You let me win one.
Nice hand.
When someone says that, you let me win one, that's when you're so certain they had a hand when they say that. It's like no one says that and it's bluffing.
Yeah. Don't forget, guys, if you have any questions for James, you can put them in the DTD live chat box. He's a very, very wise man. Ask him anything you'd like.
Fine, do. I'll take it on. All questions, all subjects, let's have it.
As long as it's to do with merit, that's the only thing you really know about. Not much else.
True. Nakhoul's 2 7s, raising it up, shifting Bedir off 2 6s. And yeah, Wood with a pretty ugly looking hand here to defend against under the gun. Thinks better of it.
One, two.
Now one.
Is that the blinds going up, James? That's what's happening there, I think.
I think so. So we didn't lose a player at that level. I've been made a liar.
Yeah, şeyler all over there.
We'll definitely lose on this level. Or 2.
Yeah, I mean,
How many chips is your stack? How many others?
Is it like 25 chips, 30 chips? Do you know? It's
20, 25.
25.
It's not the news that Philipp Wood wanted. Blind's going up. It really,
My turn, yes.
really puts the pressure on him now to find a hand. But it's Bedir who's got the ace-jack suited.
It's somewhat surprising now because obviously the average has dropped to the average is 3.9 million, so we just dropped below 20 big blinds, which is pretty surprising because when you start this final table, we mentioned it was pretty deep, 50, 100. You don't typically expect to start a final, I don't think, like 40 big blinds deep. What was a deep tournament is now a shallow one. Again, like you just see these situations are occurring there, right? Like ace-jack opens and it's the 5-3 off on the big, it's the king-6 off, it's the deuce-4 off. These hands that just can't play. It's not like these guys aren't, you know, like scared or anything. It's just, you know, we've seen what queens v queens is the only sort of big hands we actually. In fact, I don't think I've seen anyone dealt a big hand other than we saw jacks get a walk, queens v queens all in, and maybe the kings that lost to a7, and nothing close to any kind of major confrontation. We haven't seen any kind of post-flop hand where you think hands could get in. Like, just been a really dry deck. And it's important for the players as well to, I think, recognize that when this is going on here. You know, you're really keen to get ladders, but don't suddenly like change your approach or change your idea of how tournaments should be played just because of the way this one's going. It's just a matter of sometimes these things happen. I mean, we've all seen tournaments that go completely the other way where, you know, big hands just clash constantly.
Yeah, card distribution's a huge part of any poker game, isn't it? Especially in a final table, though. This one will be going in, I'd imagine.
Would you go in here?
I would.
Wouldn't.
Oh, he folds. Wow. Maybe he just thinks he doesn't have any fold equity and doesn't really like it versus +1, but I think you have to go with that there.
I'm a little surprised as you are, especially with Adamski's, like his like VPIP is pretty high, probably maybe the highest on the table, certainly the last few orbits. So I'm a little surprised he didn't decide to just run that. But let's see how he fares here as Bedir calls from the big, and now he finally makes a hand to play off against his power bet.
Yeah, the king queen must have just thought that a lot of the ace-x are priced in, and so he just has to run it. But I feel like he can definitely still get some folds there. Interesting to see how this one develops. Does he see bet range, or does he think this is a good one to check back? Looks like about half pot.
Now, is there any reason for Bedir to check raise here with this super strong one pair hand, or against +1? Are we just more incentivized to call?
Yeah, I think check call is best. It's the only stack that can knock you out, really, isn't it? Held has more as well, but I think you have to proceed with a bit of caution from the sense of getting knocked out, not necessarily because you think your hand is beat or anything, but
right.
Also, these spots are just really nice in terms of your hand just looks so much weaker than it is, and lots of hands will barrel against you, which is good when you have a hand as strong as ace-jack here. Six isn't a very good card for Adamski, so he does check back.
Yeah, and a pretty ugly board run out as well for Bedir. Obviously, he was hoping to catch some further bullets here. That top pair, top kicker, a great bulletproof vest, and just runs out in a way that his opponent doesn't get to bluff much, and he's just going for some sort of block here. Maybe a last invite for Adamski to try something.
I quite like block here, yeah. You'd obviously do it with all your two pairs and some bluffs. He's gone very small, hasn't he? 300 into 2.3. It's just a horrible spot for Adamski now, because you know, if he's blocking every pair, he just doesn't beat enough hands, does he?
So then we march on 7-handed here at the High Roller Weekend final table. Adamski doing a lot of the drum beating, and he's going to do so again here with Ace Queen from under the jump.
Somebody's got to bust sooner or later, Demps, haven't they? Come on, this is getting a bit silly.
Yes, weird. Obviously, we don't wish anyone ill, but this is getting a bit out of hand.
Oh, we do.
Oh, okay, we do. Sorry, not privately.
It's 9 p.m. Cyprus time. They must all be tired. Come on.
Yeah,
Fives could just rifle this in, couldn't he? Fives could definitely rifle this in, actually. This could be it.
Certainly could.
No.
Against the man who's been playing the most hands, but instead we'll take it to the streets. And well, fives do not like King Jack 7, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, I think if he wasn't basically under the gun there, he'd probably gone all in, but you'd assume C-bet and fold here. That's a great board to continue on. Just hits the undergun range so hard.
Oh, no, we have to be A1, not the longest A1.
Held deciding here whether to open the king deuce suited under the gun. A little bit too loose. A lot of the suited kings, you know, king 4 suited plus, would probably open there, but king 2 a bit too loose.
I wonder what Montagnolli is going to try here with ace 8 and 11 blinds. It looks like he is going to try and get one through. A little grim hand, but maybe just enough to try something. Let's see how Bedir is going to approach this with ace jack against that short stack. Does he make a request for more? It feels like, you know, obviously ace queen, we're always going to ask for more. Ace jack just sort of sometimes, I guess, player dependent.
Yeah, interesting size he goes here. Just makes it 800.
Right.
I mean, is he planning to 3-bet fold, or it does get the job done?
Yeah, I mean, the old adage is obviously, you know, the shallower the stack opens,
Yeah, just lost you for a sec, James. But I think you're probably about to say the shallower the stack, the better the hand. I'm going to guess you were saying. So yeah, it's a bit of a tough one with ace jack, but I think you do have to go. Yeah, you do have to go with it. But we'll never know if he was making 800 to fold to a jam or was going to go with it. Nakhoul here will definitely be opening the king jack suited. 15 big blinds on the hijack. All these hands just so much more tricky now when you sub 20 big blinds. It's really a part of the game you've got to work on, because it's just so important to be proficient. 20 big blinds and less. action flop. Held with top pair and the open ender. Nakhoul with the overs and the open ender as well. Does play it as a check call. And now Nakhoul's got to decide whether to keep bluffing or take his equity and check back. Kind of a tough spot when you're playing 2.4 and there's 1.6 in the middle. You don't want to bet and get jammed on. So he does elect to check back. Quite hard now to credibly bluff. Too many hands, so he does knuckle it. A little bit frustrating for him because that is 1.6 million and he's only got 2.4, so all these pots now just mean so much.
We carry on 7-handed in the Onyx Club. High roller final table. Surely to burst into life at some point.
It's coming. Maybe I should stop saying it's coming. I've been saying it's coming for half an hour. So. It's not coming.
Also, I mean,
it's not coming.
It's the point of what you're saying. I mean, you said it's quite tiring to playing all these pots with, you know, they're so. There's been a lot of like tough spots or non-clear spots, you should say, and when you're playing for a long time, it certainly gets draining. It's like a stressful experience here with 7 left. You kind of just you'd have expected now to have got some ladders or been out. Instead, you should still be working away 7-handed. It's not easy as hell just jams from the small.
Yeah, some players just don't sort of get tired. They just feed off adrenaline. They could play forever on an FT. And I know, for example, Ludo just always says he's never ever tired. Just FT, he's playing for big money. Whereas I'm just like so tired after the first hour because I've been playing for 2 or 3 days before, and it is tough.
Beautiful permanent setup here in the Onyx room. This feature table. Look at it. It does look amazing.
It's like you're in space.
It is somewhat like that. I mean, technically we are in space. I mean, I hate to get pedantic, but everything's in space, right?
Okay, mate. Nakhoul there with the ace-king off. Just a little frustrated a moment ago, but maybe he'll get some action here. Bedir's got to be careful.
A bit different spot
this
here.
One. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pass.
See ace jack. Yeah, they were a nice fold.
Yeah, he's got to recognise the stack he's opening off, and it's under the gun. But here we go. We didn't say a clash was coming.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it doesn't take a lot to get these 2 stacks in. This more than qualifies. Ace king v jacks. Montagnolli wagering the rest of his chip.
That. Sorry, excuse me.
Oh, the qualified.
You qualify, you qualify, I qualify.
So then,
Good luck.
Nakhoul covers Montagnolli in a classic race situation. Man who started the final table second in chips, at risk of going out in 7th. $10-5 deuce board, though, is somewhat warming to those 2 jacks. Nakhoul himself will be down just to 900k if he doesn't find help on this river.
Yeah, I was just about to say, there's one man all in, but even Nakhoul is very, very short if he doesn't win this, which he doesn't.
A clean river secures that double up for Montagnolli, gets him, you know, only back to 3.4 million. Did start the final table with what, over 5 mil, but it is, like you say, Nakhoul down to what, 4.5 blinds, and he's the big blind next hand. I think pretty grim for him. A man who was what, 1 card away from elimination at the onset of the FT, did improve in that hand to survive, but maybe all in vain if he were to bust out in 7th.
Please what?
I was secretly rooting for Nakhoul there because I was going to sing Daddy, Daddy Nakhoul.
I'm always happy.
Daddy, Daddy Nakhoul, but he didn't, so I won't.
Happy for him, you know. Help each other.
Oh dear.
You should not be
Oops.
so happy.
Oh dear.
He's short on the
Yeah, he's pretty good. That's what I just
I've been waiting for him to win a pot for an hour just to do it.
You got anything more for me? Or is that it?
No, that's it for now, but stay tuned. More of that nonsense to come.
How much did you have?
Sub $1 million now, yeah, that's under 5 big blinds. And is he in the big blind now, actually? Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, because he opened under the gun with the ace king, so he's
course,
now invested 2 of his remaining 5 blinds before a card's dealt here. Adamski gonna go for it here with Jackson. This is the one of the spots where I'm like, it's where I'm not sure. Like I feel like the big blind is going to be all in so often here. If you fold, like, do you really want to give them the chance to double up against Jack 10 when someone behind is likely to find something better and attack the same seat? Always find it interesting.
Yeah, I always think that it looks stronger though. I mean, I prefer a 3-bet here, but I always think it looks kind of stronger because the opener knows that he's going to see the hand a lot, doesn't he? You know, because the big blind's going to go with a lot of things. But he just decided to just call. I'm not even sure what you're supposed to do. I think you just peel and then find some flops to maybe go with.
I mean, I think if this was just still a heads-up pot, I can understand it, but surely this hand just plays so garbage against, like, the held peel range. I don't know.
Yeah, but I think the shallower you are, the less it matters, so...
It's true.
I think, yeah, I think that this is quite good, and obviously if it comes like ace 2-2, whatever, you can just fold, but... And if he does happen to flop something, yeah, you see this one, you can just check fold, but
And Adamski.
a 3-spade flop, something you could jam, but
Reason perhaps to continue the story here. Open-ender. Obviously a little scary against that in-position peel, but he's not going to be check folding, so I wonder if best served with a bet. Kind of looks like you have to have it, like you say, right? Nakhoul just...
4.
Yeah, there we go. 400k the bet. And I mean, already Justus won't be thrilled about facing a bet here, right? Because Adamski's just not supposed to be bluffing too often. Raising up from this seat, betting this board 3-way.
sure. But you almost want him to have a really good hand, don't you? Because you're getting such a good price to make the nuts and then win a huge pot.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you just obviously take your price, and that's quite an annoying card.
Yeah, really slows things down here. Dempsey improving to a pair, but we'll be pretty certain that pair is no good. On the flip side, though, of course, a lot of straight draws coming in, 2-pair combos.
Yeah, and Held's got to be a bit confused by this flat pre. There's probably a lot of king-queen here, so don't think he would be folding to a turn bet. But I imagine this will just go check, or as no, he's going to...
Sorry that I won the flip.
It's an interesting decision to bet here. I wonder if...
No, against your body.
No, that's okay, bro.
He's betting to potentially turn his hand into a bluff on the river, or he's just going to go small and check back river.
Looks like he's actually changed his mind.
Fake pump.
I wonder though. It was an interesting spot because I wonder if we just bet small there, kind of still get value from the hands like king, queen, king, jack maybe, and just set our own price.
Yeah.
Check scenario. I don't think Adamski was expecting to win that hand, but obviously has to table his hand anyway.
Yeah.
Where was the 2x pop bet on the river?
Yeah.
I mean, your opponent just always has one pair, right? Let's just bomb it.
Yeah, it would have been interesting if the jack 10 had bet the turn, and then it's kind of mandatory just to keep going. But it's a weird hand where it seems like you might have a bit of showdown, but you just don't really with the 10 jack, do you?
So, 7 players remain. Said that once or twice so far today. So 10 blinds, 11 blinds, call it under the gun, 2 9s. Feels like one we want to commit with. He's just going to go for all of it.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if he didn't do anything other than jam here, which he does.
Of course, Nakhoul was just 225 in the small.
Oh, yeah. He's got one big blind now.
Oh, and Isaia does not enjoy this. He does not enjoy the Bedir asking how many chips. Obviously, just wants to get this through, wants to survive that Nakhoul 225k stack.
Milch mit Honig. Na, Ayran.
What is that? Ayran.
Ayran. Warme Milch mit Honig.
Hier ab, warme Milch mit Honey, oder?
Nein, like fuck, was ist das?
Pass.
Eselsperma.
Very tight pass.
Yeah, I mean, it seems tight, but it's not.
There you go. So, if he's auto in, he can still win the full ante, right?
Ah, wait. Oh my god, this spot again.
Oh, dude, you can also not ask me. You can also
I
not
hate
ask
this spot.
Me. Anti-first.
I once figured it out, but I mean, it's different rules
ask.
everywhere, yeah. We will ask if
just get
that way,
clarification.
I'm sorry.
When it comes to that, we will see. I think ante first.
This hand can't come
Wolves,
quick
you got
enough
any
when you're
plans
playing one
tomorrow?
big blind.
Or you happy to just keep running this tournament for the next few days? Like,
Yeah. Just going to keep going and going, isn't it? No plans tomorrow. Might just watch this back, 'cause it's been such an exciting FP.
Justus raising up the 2 6s wood with his 6 blinds. This is actually pretty grim because obviously there's a man with 1 blind behind. But I mean,
this is sick, actually.
you know,
you've obviously got to put in
obviously
anything,
still
but
go with
if you had a marginal spot here, yeah, it's You just really want the guy with one
Yeah.
big blind to bust. I guess it's not a huge pay jump. 47 to 62
Right,
is not
I have no idea if I'm
not massive, but
Yeah,
it's still money.
You can't be turning down. Yeah, you can't be turning down any good spot, but you're definitely not thrilled to be all in a flip here for sure. But here we are, 47k locked up. Wood all in once more.
I wouldn't have folded either.
Yeah, and a 15k sweat here for Nakhoul. He sat there with one big blind and he's just rooting for these sixes so much.
And so far, so good for the 2 6s of held. Will he hold? Yeah, Nakhoul's sitting there with a starting stack. And might get a 15k ladder. The starting stack's going to get more than a buy-in ladder. Kind of bizarre situation, but one that we've been delved into.
Held holding.
We're making that point.
Held holds.
Yeah, Nakhoul loving that. Held loving that. And Wood out in 7th. Finally, a bust out on this FT.
GG, guys.
Again, I mean,
Give you the
you know,
fist.
not much he could do.
Maybe I can.
Maybe the one spot he turned down
I can win with.
that we thought he might not with the King Queen O.
I would also jam.
But there's the second biggest benefactor of the pot. Man with one blind, one starting stack. Now guaranteed 62k.
Ace King Jacks.
Yes.
That really feels like just a free 15k that you've just found on the floor. You're just walking along and, oh, 15k, yeah, I'll take that.
That would raise some question marks.
There would probably be some guys out there.
Yeah, of course. There's always shady.
Held holds.
I mean, not even the shady, which like thinks,
This is a raise.
You could argue that also.
No,
you could
doesn't
also
put in the
argue
10-9
that
off.
nice if he's sticking
Maybe he
around.
figures I should just fold and hope for carnage and maybe we can get another ladder.
There would be some argument,
crazy, I didn't
but at the same time, it's not such a crazy deep stack.
Yeah.
Might happen. Bedir with ace queen
he certainly can.
decides to just run it.
Yeah, I like this. It's just
Stupid spot.
Power.
like the other two had to play so tight behind.
I mean, yeah, but you want the big blind to be like. I completely understand that there's a man with one big blind, but you still want the worst ace X to be jamming against you because you obviously cover.
Right.
Again.
And I'm not saying he would have done, but the big blind there has got 22 bigs and ace 7 off. You know, if he does have ace 9, ace 10, you do want him to be jamming against you. So I think I'm going to just open the ace queen. Maybe open 2.5x though, obviously. You'd want to disincentivize the big blind from peeling, but that would have been sick though if he opens and the a7 off does just randomly jam and then maybe gets another pay jump in 2 hands.
Adamski covered from the small blind. Himself, like the others, who are covered in every spot they play at the moment, forced to play very cautiously. Let's see if Justus punishes. Now with that 10 million chip stack, 10-4 offsuit. On those garbage hands, they tend to be the ones that like to raise in these spots.
Yeah, I really like a raise here. Not much playability. Post flop. These 9-4 off, 10-4 off. Type hands.
Dempsey like a deer in the headlights there. He's like, hang on, what's going on here? He's pulled the chips back. Oh no, here we go. I'm going to be in some silly spot here. I know this is almost like any two situation.
Normally Adamski can just rip this pre, but he could also just obviously go for the limp call. It depends how much he really cares about this one big blind stack and the 18k jump, but certainly plays more than fine to just jam there, even with the ICM considerations.
1.9 million chips as action checks over to Held, who obviously compulsory has to follow through on this board. King 5 deuce, certainly one that Adamski struggles to hit bar the top card. And yeah, nice pickup. Well played, sir.
Yeah, that's nice poker. Wins a 2 million pot. I know it's obviously easier when you can see the cards, but I think you do just have to go with that Queen Jack suited there. It's not a huge pay jump.
Yeah,
I'd kind of be ignoring the one big blind stack in terms of a chip EV shove, but I wouldn't be ignoring it in terms of thinking, well, my opponent's probably thinking that. He's probably thinking, oh, that guy's got one big blind, he's going to be a bit tighter. I think you can just play that somewhat normally and just run with it. And you know, it's not a total disaster if he wakes up with tens and ace king and whatever. That Queen Jack suited plays more than fine against a bunch of hands that are raise calling.
yeah, I think it's perhaps
he goes
far
with
more of a consideration.
He goes for the 10-5 off here. Sorry, James, go on.
Wow. Yeah, just deciding, hey, I'm all in next hand anyway. I wonder if it's ante first or big blind first. That might be part of it.
Yeah.
If it were ante first, might make sense.
It's a bit weird. He didn't go with the 10-9, to be honest, but does go with this one. Doesn't want to pay the blind.
So then, here we go.
Shape.
Nakhoul, the one now on the chopping block against Justus Held, who is doing a lot of holding as things are going up over 10 million in chips.
For back-to-back holds.
King 4-4. So far, so good for Held and the rest of the table as they look to secure that second ladder up. Nakhoul, the man who got off to this final table blistering fashion with a full double up in the first few hands, is now just one card and 3 outs away from elimination, and that is how things will go. So just like that, we lose 2 players. Nakhoul picking up $62,000 for his efforts.
Good game, bro.
Everyone now guaranteed 80k. The bookends are out.
Like London buses, you wait and wait and wait for one, and then bam bam, we get 2 bust outs.
When was the last time you took a London bus? Oops.
The last time I was in London.
So again,
Well, that
I asked,
shocked
when was
you.
the last time you took a... No, I didn't think you were in London all that often, that's all.
Probably about a year ago.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. I love a bus. I always go upstairs and go right at the front and pretend I'm driving the bus. You know, like the big screen, the big glass screen. It's like you're driving the bus, but really high up.
Does it make you feel
Back
tall?
to the action. It does make me feel very tall, like I'm driving some sort of spaceship. I am 38 years old, correct?
Okay. Adamski from the cutoff raising it up. Justus just gonna flat the button with this ace-9. Kind of, I'm a little bit surprised by that. Oh, here we go. Montagnolli gonna go for this spot, surely. 14 blinds.
Yeah, I don't mind either with the ace-9 suited. I think I probably would lean towards 3-betting though. And the 8's here. I think you have to put it in. 7's I'd be mucking. Hell does make the calls.
He does make the
surprising,
call.
but he does have chips.
That's a good second card.
Here we go then. Another all-in call scenario with a player at risk. Can Justus do it again? The rest of the table will be rooting for him. He looks to take a commanding monstrous lead on this FT, and that's exactly what he's going to do after the King 9-4 flop.
First stand up, right?
When you're hot, you're hot.
Montagnolli came into the FT second in chips.
Going for his third knockout.
And yeah, there we go. Just running through the field like a buzzsaw. And a third elimination this orbit after hours of no one busting. Daniel picking up $80,000. And you mentioned earlier, we're already at the pay jump, where we now lock up 100K. 108 is what the final four all guaranteed.
Yeah, just like that, Demps. Everyone's got the six-figure score. 108K.
It's crazy. I mean,
not too shabby.
You know, we knew it couldn't carry on the way it had gone of no one busting, but I'm still very surprised we're short-handed this quickly. Just the way the hands go sometimes.
Four.
Yeah, he's got 15.4 million now. Huge stack.
Yeah, I mean, it's over half the chips in play. He has. We've got Bedir with around a quarter of the chips in play, and then the other two very short, Adamski and Isaia. We've got 15 blinds and about 10 blinds apiece. And those are the two that are going to play this one out. There's a diamond. Heart flop is not what Isaia was after.
If Held does go on to win, the first question should be about that Jack 5 offhand early.
Yeah.
See what he says. Imagine if that had just blown up in his face and he bust 7th. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Long way to go, even with half the chips in play. It's a nice spot now, isn't it? 4 left, you're thinking, worst possible case, can win 108K. Obviously, everyone will be going for the win. But it's all right.
How much you playing?
1 point.
It gets fun from now.
3.6.
It really does, especially like such a fun dynamic. I always like this, but we sort of started on a final table where a lot of stacks were similar, and it's kind of boring, not boring, but like you know, tightness was rewarded, should we say? But now we're in a spot where like Hell just gets to go like bananas on these guys, because Bedir's sitting in here with what, 40 bigs, and you've got 2 real short stacks in there who are trying to outlast each other, and this is. Like you were saying earlier, that the spots where the chip leader just can almost win the tournament at this stage.
Yeah, this is huge. As we know, anything can happen. Heads up, and also even three-handed to be honest, but 4-handed now. This is the time to put your foot down.
Yeah, and Adamski knows full well that Justus Held's going to be opening so wide here, so elects just the 3-bet par with this pair. And Held asking for a count. I mean, we saw him at the call a minute ago with ace-9, but that's a different situation to this.
I know roughly.
Yeah, this is definitely a fold, but based on him calling that ace-9, maybe he does convince himself that he has enough worse X and king-queen and king-jack and stuff and small pairs. But it's still a lot of chips. 19 big blinds. Yeah. He should be folding.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, I'm not too surprised he calls, just because he was quite quick in with the ace-9 suited, and I think he just thinks 4-handed here. Happy to run it.
Fair play to you. I did not see that coming. I didn't think we were going to see the ace-8 call, but here we are, all in again. Adamski flipping for his life. Isaia, very keen observer there, hoping to secure what is a 45K pay jump we are on right now. King, queen, tray, flop. Adamski's 2 5s still best, and a heart would be a warming sight for him on the turn. That's what it is, but it is the 10 of hearts. Just needs to fade the ace, jack, or 8. He does. Oh, well, there we go. Perhaps, I mean, easy to say from here, but perhaps a misstep from Held there. I mean, he had such a powerful position, I feel like, where he gets to exploit the situation. I don't know, calling off there seems seems a bit gung-ho. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean it's a fold anyway, but I think it's more of a fold because you're absolutely loving the situation four-handed. You wanna stay out of these, you know, very marginal situations, and just keep applying the pressure without too much risk. You know, he's got a really good seat draw as well. I just think maybe a little bit impatient, but he was in a flip. He could have easily won that, and then he's a huge favourite to win the tournament if he does win that flip there. But yeah, I'm with you, James. Just a little bit too loose, a little bit impatient there, I think.
And what I was going to say as well is, of course, like the big change in the tournament there, from the point of view of Isaia, is obviously it was a disaster for him not to get the ladder up there. But it has almost like now his tournament's very easy to play. We see him with just 1.5 million as the blinds are about to go up, equating to just the 6 blinds. But now his path is just easy, right? There's no ICM to worry about. He has to get these 6 big blinds working. So it's almost a liberating experience for him now.
Yeah, it's actually quite nice sometimes when you're the short stack by so far, because you just don't have to really worry and you can just play quite freely.
If you say so.
So we survey the scene. Bedir, 7.6 million. We just mentioned Isaia with just 6 blinds, 1.5 million. So we got 30 bigs, 6 bigs. Here's another one on those 30 big blind stacks, and Justus held in the big blind here. Still has that chip lead, but wow, it could have been so different if he'd hit that last hand. So right now, as long as Isaia stays in, it still favors Held, but I think, you know, when the other two are both over 30 bigs, it's not a huge amount you can do to them. Like,
yeah, I'm just thinking about that. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's a bunch of spots you can just sort of rip on them. Really, I mean, there are hands sub 40 bigs you can just rip, and they're a bit handcuffed, aren't they? But we'll see if that happens or not. This 6-3 off, I'd just be folding, but looks like he is gonna keep up the aggression.
750.
Let's run into it. But here with a 10 tip. And I think this is a spot versus chip leader. You want to just rip it. Don't want to get too creative.
Doesn't work with me.
This is the end, I feel it.
I think it is the hand. You
1 million.
might just get a walk.
People always say that when they're desperate for walks.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's looked yet, but
No, yeah, sure, but he's just desperate for a walk, isn't he? Anyway, and he's got one.
he's going to get one with a 6 deuce. That's why you look. That's why you look, because he's just got a walk with 6 deuce, and now he's buzzing.
Yeah, that's big morale, actually. Yeah, fair enough. But the excitement of seeing that is nothing compared to the pain of just seeing like 10s there.
What are the chances of him getting a walk with 4 blinds? What a wild.
Yeah, it's pretty unlikely actually. Yeah.
I mean, it's a spot where Adamski was obviously forced to play pretty tight. Held, I guess, kind of doesn't hate the situation carrying on a little bit, but like I say, would like it more if they were all shallower. But I mean, spots like this become far more interesting, right? Because just half a Bedir to play hands against held with that stack being so short.
Exactly. Yeah. This is definitely a great hand for. If the short stack wasn't there, it's just so much easier to play. He has gone for the aggressive route though, which I like.
Well picked up. Yeah.
Got another question for you, James.
Okay.
Brian Metzger asks, how long is each level? 30 minutes?
Well, Brian, I can tell you, this tournament had a 40-minute clock throughout, but upon reaching the final table, the levels reverted to hands per level. But we'll come back to that in a second because Justus has made a call from the big blind. Alessio Isaia's King 8 is in bad shape here.
Yes.
Up against the dominant. Well, yeah, an 8. Like he's matter of fact. He just wants to see an 8. Fair enough. That's what he needs to see.
Yeah, very easy call for the King 10. He's so short.
8.
Yeah.
Okay. Not so. 8.
King 10 is holding.
Good luck.
Yes.
Okay.
And Isaia has been eliminated. Just finished 4th for $108,000. Just like that, James, we're now 3-handed. Feels like only 5 minutes ago there was 7.
Ortak mı?
Next jump will get 153k.
Sen tapisin yani bugün.
A good run. 4th place for 108k.
Thank you.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, fantastic result, of course. Anytime you cash for 11 times the buy-in, you've got to be happy. And the way the final table was going, could easily have busted out first just because, you know, things got so shallow. So laddering up to 4th, certainly a great result here. And now then, game on in a much deeper scenario as everyone's sitting with at least 30 blinds.
Ah, that was my small blind, huh? That I took out.
Yeah, I guess you could argue these 3 have been the 3 best players. Don't think that's too out of line to say that. I feel like all 3 have played pretty well. And now it's 153k per third, 220k per second, but they're all eyeing that top prize of 315. Should be a good battle.
ICM pressure certainly lifting a little bit when you get to this stage, right? Because okay, of course it's like a 70k pay jump, but it's a 160k pay jump to first, so a little bit more attentive to kind of go for it now for Bedir
800
and Adamski, and that's straight away what's going to go here is Bedir coming out with a 3-bet. Oh, sorry, was it a raise over limp? My apologies.
Yeah, raise over limp. Yeah.
Just getting used to seat
Smith, you've obviously. Jed Smith, you've obviously just joined us as we've been making the holding jokes for the previous 2 hours. They've been getting worse.
Yeah, they have been getting worse. There's only so many you can make, to be fair. I mean, we've exhausted all creativity at this point. We didn't have a lot in the bank to start with.
But go on, explain to Mr. Metzger about the levels.
How much you have exactly?
16 hands per level. Simple as that. They go up every 16 hands. There can be no skullduggery, no tanking to make sure the blinds go up on the right person and all that sort of nonsense. We just play it out. And that way as well, like you know, you don't get maybe so punished if there are some complicated hands that take time. Still just get to play the same amount.
Yeah, I like it.
I like it.
Number of hands over minutes. Seems good. Adamski here, you'd imagine, is going to open this one after the limp. Can obviously check back some ace X, but ace 10 feels too good.
It's funny actually. There's been, you know, obviously poker evolves, and there's been a lot of changes in poker over the last 20 years, especially. But I feel like just these sort of rule change wrinkles and stuff, it's been really quite a big sort of explosion in terms of the evolution of the game in like the last few years, just solving all these little problems that players have begun to exploit by coming in with things like this. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, pretty much everything's evolved, except for your poker game, obviously. But no, I agree. It's good that people are always thinking about these things, making little improvements. Keeps the game fresh as well.
If you think like big blind ante, shot clocks, hands per level, these kind of things have all come in the last sort of 5 to 10 years, I guess.
Yeah, even stuff like, you know, we've always had, well, pretty much always had late regging, but regging on apps and things, and being able to reg faster and less queues and things. It's live poker's good.
Oh. I guess we found the culprit from earlier. Bedir thinking about doing something here. 3 somewhat working on this board, and of course backdoor clubs, even just the queen high as well.
1.4.
What's the... Oh, he's
Here
gone
we
for
go.
it. Here we go. Game. People's games obviously open up 3-handed, and I think we did say at the very start when there was 7 left, he kind of was a few hands he sort of looked like he wanted to do something, but it was too early, and now he feels like this is the time to change gears. But he's not repping too much on the deuce 4. I'm sure that Adamski will recognise that, and he does call.
Makes the call.
Very interesting turn card.
It's so nice as well for Held watching these two sort of battle it out, because, you know, obviously there's a chance one of them busts. Fantastic, he gets to play heads up. But if it doesn't, there's a good chance one of them gets short, and then he gets to leverage his position.
Yeah, when you're 3-handed, you absolutely love any form of carnage from the other two guys. You're just sitting there watching.
Yeah.
You don't even particularly mind which way it's going, just as long as there's a huge pot. And I like Bedir's decision to not continue bluffing on this card. A club, a 5, yes, maybe a 6, but a 7's pretty bricky, and it's a very bad river to bluff as well. Adamski might not even value bet this, to be honest. He might be a bit worried about 5-3, ace 4. I think that he can't get called by much. So it's kind of a close spot to value bet with just pot behind.
Right.
I guess he could have flatted something as good as 8 pre and then check raise flop maybe, so maybe he should be value betting. Certainly what he's thinking about now.
$2.2 million.
He's gone half pot. Be so gross if he got check raised all in here, but Can't see
I
it.
was just thinking that. Like, how much would you just hate life in that spot? But yeah, just going to save some face.
Have to fold. It's, you know, that's that was part of my thinking of whether it's a value bet. You know, if you get check raise all in here, you have to fold. So it's.
Is there any way Bedir starts to think that maybe this is a hand like a 5-6 holding and just somehow has worse?
Not.
I mean, just the ace highs make so much sense, right? That played this way, so it's just it can be so much value.
Yeah, I think it's just a bit of posturing. This it would take an absolute sicko to check raise all in. You can't be calling, obviously. Nice pot. Goes to Adamski.
So then, just 3 players remain at the High Roller Weekend final table here in Merritt. It's, of course, the Onyx Club. A wonderful weekend of high-stakes action. We had a couple of nights of 100, 200 cash game action that really did somewhat take off. First night, Robert Hindorn winning nearly $250,000 in that game.
Some say that money will never be seen again.
It wasn't seen the next night, that's for sure. Because we do have coming up the previously mentioned Super High Roller Series at the Onyx Club in the middle of August. Events ranging from 10k buy-ins all the way up to a couple of $100,000 buy-in events right here in the Onyx room. Imagine these guys will be involved in the mix for those events. Let's Held and Bedir battle out this one on a King 5-4 board. Bedir with the C-bet. And it's like a check raise incoming from that bottom pair. I always find it interesting, Robs, when you see players, or second pair I should say, construct check raises with the very small flopped pairs. It seems to be a hand that needs some protection, and they seem to sip in nicely.
Yeah, you didn't really use to see it at all, did you? And now players do it for value, do it to protect. You know, balance it because they don't just want to have King X and straight draws. They do want to have the second pair as well. I think you've got to be a bit player dependent as well. You know, you'd like to do it more against players that aren't going to float you too light.
Sorry.
It's weird. You used to see it sometimes from players, and it would be something that you would then mark in your mind as, well, that wasn't a very good play. Like the old raise to find out where you are kind of line that was often banded about. Now it's like, well, actually, these raises do make a lot of sense. It's funny how that goes. It used to be like a telltale sign of a fish, like a raise of the hand like that. But now it's, yeah.
Yeah, it's the same play, but it's the same play, but in the old days they were doing it for the kind of the wrong reason. But it is still the same button being clicked, isn't it?
Yeah.
Check.
We spoke before about it being, you know, really tiring. There's almost nothing as tiring as three-handed. You're just button, small blind, big blind, every hand. You know, you've really got to be on your game. One mistake and it can cost you everything. Interesting bit here. Bedir here does call with a king high.
Wow. Big turn card here for Justus held. 10s and 3s up against that turn bottom pair.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing in poker, isn't there, about people just don't tend to fold turns when they improve. You know, even if it is just sort of king high versus bottom pair, it's like you are allowed to just fold here, but because you had king high on the flop and you called and now you've made bottom pair, it's just like I feel like people feel the need to just always call. But
I was about to say, if you had like a bad 4 here, like a 4-8, for example, it's like one of the spots where like you're like, okay, I call flop and the guy's barreled, I can probably fold now. But you're right, because he's called with king high and made the 3, it feels like more mandatory. But he does though fold. But
yeah, he does.
I was thinking exactly the same thing as you.
Fold. Yeah.
Welcome all of you streaming us on the DTD Player YouTube channel. Please do fire in your questions and comments in the chat, even if it is just to make jokes about holding and held. He's got 40% of the chips in play. He'd be a brave man to bet against him winning it at this moment in time, but there's still plenty of poker to be played.
Raise.
Half the chips in play now there. If there's any Justus, he will win.
I'm not sure if we'll be able to hold on.
All in?
No, we've got to stop this. We're betting this. Well, actually, we're not betting this, but here we go. What's going on? Bedir. Jamming over the button open. A lot of chips. It's had enough.
Can't stop, won't stop. That's what I was thinking then when you said we have to stop this. Yeah, he just jams there, yeah.
Oh.
I don't mind it. Big hand here for Adamski in the small blind, the ace-9 suited. Does go with limp. Hell checks it back and a big flop for both. Connecting.
Obviously happy to take some more action with the ace-9 of clubs, but also happy to see it go check behind and that flop materialise, giving him the nut flush draw. Held, though, himself. Taking the lead on this board, courtesy of that 10. And checking behind when given the option. And very draw-heavy board running out here. All the low straight draws, middle straight draws, and high straight draws. 2 flush draws available.
Yeah, and I like the decision for Adamski to check the flop here. Held's probably going to go for some value on the turn now, and he can check call. Ace high can still definitely be good here. Of course, he's got the nut flush draw. Beats all the hearts that are betting on the turn.
Yeah, it's almost like this draw just beats every other draw, right? So we're happy to play it as a check call. Juicy situation, 2.1 million chips out there, and well, doesn't beat any of the heart draws or those high straight draws now, but as is, one expects this to go check. Yeah, Dempsey, I mean, ugly river for him. But I don't think he can do too much out of position. Whatever feels like he needs to bluff with this hand now.
No, I think he'll just take the showdown.
$153,000. Just three
Still
remain
3 left.
here. No. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
We're on it.
We did it. Yeah.
Great minds. $153,000 secured payout for these boys this weekend. All eyes on that 315k up top as we carry on. Very long. Sorry about that.
Yeah, these three probably the 3 best players we were saying just earlier. There is no Justus in poker actually, but if there was, I'd have put these three guys in the last 3. All played pretty well.
That's fair. Just having a look again. So obviously we know Bedir came in as the chip leader. Adamski came in 3rd in chips, I believe. And then Justus was right in there, kind of tied 4th in chips. So yeah, but you know, not too much deviation from how things started out at the start of the final table. But certainly they've all shown some chops on this FT.
Yeah, Held was basically joint 6th in chips, so he's probably had the most.
Oh, was he?
Most successful. Yeah, 2.8 he came in with. Philipp Wood had 2.8 and Nakhoul had 2.6. But it was all pretty tightly bunched, wasn't it?
$7-5.
Pass.
Dempsey there off the 27 big blind stack was deciding what to do though. He does go with the open versus the limp and takes it down.
Yeah, I wonder that obviously, you know, met with a swift forward, but certainly a spot I guess it'd be interesting to see what he would have done if he'd faced some increased action. I wonder how he perceives Bedir playing those spots blind on blind. I mean, some players you just kind of end up having to go with it there, right?
Yeah, there's definitely an argument just to check back pre. Especially Bedir's shown a tendency just to move all in. So you don't really want to be raised calling that 27 bigs.
Oh, sorry. Flip it over. Flip it over that one. He could see, but
This one. This
all right, okay. Yeah. Sorry.
Held with the easy peel. Doesn't want to see the spades.
the
I wonder what
last
the
one?
longest ever final table is and the shortest ever final table is. Any ideas?
I mean, I guess the longest final table's got to be, the main event of the World Series, right? Just by virtue of the fact they have 2 hour levels and they do take multiple days. So I guess it's a bit of a cop out. But
How many hands was that? Was that like 300 hands or something, or what?
it's got to be way more than that, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, we're at hand 79 today already. So I mean, you think main event FT is it over 2 days or 3 days these days? They play that final table. There was a period where it was a 3-day final table. Like,
Yeah,
I mean, obviously, I know
it
it's
was,
not 3 full
yeah.
days. I know Dave Shallow was always very proud of the fact that he not only won the WPT, but he won the fastest final table in WPT history. I think it was like 40 hands or something. It's not enough for him to
40
win.
hands,
He had to do it. He had to do it all in thing. I mean, their FT stuff,
That's good.
pretty quick.
Ich bin in erster. Eine Hand noch, dann Break.
Yeah, 40 hands. That's pretty quick.
After this hand lines up.
Wonder what it was in
Good.
time.
And Break, right?
After this hand, I think it's gonna be break. Yes, sir? Yes.
I made an FT
Okay.
once with Dave Shallow actually at Dusk Till Dawn, and he won that in like 2 hours or something. It wasn't a long one.
Absurd.
Pass.
Well, it looks like Warbs, the players are reaching their second break of the day. So they've
Indeed.
reached the end of this 250k big blind level. And at that moment, we go on the break. We see their blinds at this last level being 54, 33, 28, but that is going to shallow out somewhat as we return. It will be Justus held going on break with the big lead, and I gather they're going to take a 30-minute break, perhaps time for a snack. So guys, please don't go too far. Set an alarm, come back and join me and Warbs in 30 minutes. Continuing High Roller Week. Welcome back once again to the Onyx High Roller Club here at the Merit Complex in northern Cyprus, where of course we are dealing with the final 3 in the High Roller weekend 10K buy-in event, 138 entries. And this is all who remain. I'm happy to say that myself, James Dempsey, and Steve Warburton still with you as we kick things up to 150, 300. Justus with 45 bigs, Bedir with 27, and Adamski with 23. Still a lot of runway to go, Warbs.
Yeah, anything can happen. Justus held, you know, he's not that far away, is he, from the other two? And it's the old cliche: one double up changes everything. But you know, they're all playing pretty well. I wouldn't like to call it, to be honest.
Well, that's exactly what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to call it. That's literally what you're here to do.
I went for Bedir at the start of the day, didn't I? So I'll have to stick with him.
Yeah, and I went for Adamski, so we're both up against it, but we're both still on the mix. And look at that as well, by the way. Eliminated by Justin Held, eliminated by Justin Held. I mean, he's killed them all. He's got the big lead. He could end up eliminating the entire final table here.
Held.
Yeah. Didn't always hold, though. Had to do some work. But also, I want to congratulate you for remembering to unmute your mic. Well done.
So funny, you know, 3 seconds before I realised I was on mute, so I almost did it back to back. But it's like I once put petrol in my diesel car, and once you've done it once, you will never do it again.
Ooh. Yeah, that's pretty fishy play.
Straight back to it, Bedir here with the ace queen off. Monster hand 3-handed on the button.
There's a monster hand.
Welcome.
Raising it up. Held pills from the big. Ace Jack Jack board. We'll see more chips go the way of Bedir, one would suspect. Hard to imagine how Held's going to win this pot. Oh, crafty. Check back. Well, there is a path to victory now for Held.
Yeah,
So
it's probably not a card
though.
he's gonna lead on, but you never know.
Does he ever just bet like one blind here to set a price?
Maybe, I guess.
Goes the other way. That's pot.
Whoa. This is wild. I did not see this coming. 1.8 into 1.7. Obviously looking to wrap some spades, Jack X. Figures maybe Bedir has some very weak Ace X, or has missed the flop completely, or maybe some pocket pairs and things. It's a very disappointing river because I really wanted to see what Held was going to do on some other ones. I don't think this one he can really do much. It's very hard to rep the Jack X now, and you're just never getting an ace to fold, are you? And this is one of those really interesting spots where this is the turn size. It's I'm not surprised to see him check back. He's obviously got a very strong hand, but it seems like he has a Jack X or nothing here.
Right.
So he isn't going to show up with a 10. So you can't really value bet, even though you basically have the nuts. Interesting size though, yeah. Just over pot on the turn. A small spade river would have been really interesting to see if he fires again. I'm pretty sure he would have done with the 9 of spades in hand.
Okay then, back at it from the small blind. Ace 10 offsuit, pulls in
950.
his blind and is going to make it 3 and a bit. These two now, look at this. Yeah, equal in chips after that one pot going the way of Bedir. Is he going to continue here with a suited combo? That thing Bedir is cooking.
Held opens the small blind here with the ace-10 off. Bedir does decide to defend a hand as weak as 5 deuce suited, but it is blind on blind. Both pretty even in stacks.
Yeah, just saying. I was giving you some expert insight there, Warbs, and my sound clearly cut out because, and I can't even repeat it. It was such good stuff that you'll have to just take my word for it. But pretty incredible that Bedir came into the final table as chip leader. Still here, tied for the chip lead. Of course, looks like we'll lose this pot and slip slightly further back, but has done so without doing any of the damage himself. Justus held the one, eliminating every player. Bedir doesn't care. It's how you got to this point. Oh, hang on a second. Grab the chips, the glance across. Okay. Okay. We're playing some games though.
Yeah, he was obviously chip leader coming into the FT. He's kept himself in it after losing that flip early on. Sorry, not flip. He he had the Queen Jack of Diamonds, didn't he? I turned a flush.
That's right.
Against trip aces, and the trip aces filled up on the river, but he's stuck in there, and he's here on merit. No pun intended.
Oh, nice. Well done. I applaud that. I think that was an accidental one, though. I'm going to call it out. I don't think you meant that one.
It's never accidental. I'm on like a different level, James.
But that I don't disagree with. You are on a different level. But
it's a fine line between level 6 and level 1, isn't it?
Yeah, sure.
I did eat a lot of ice cream in the break. I'm feeling quite quite wired on sugar. I made some homemade ice cream today.
Oh, well, there you go. Look at you, just such a domestic goddess, aren't you? Just cooking up some ice cream during the day. Is it? Wow, look at you go. I spent my break just watching some of the US Open. Not that I'm encouraging any viewers to leave us and watch the US Open. There'll be plenty of that to come after the end of the tournament. But yeah, a little bit different.
Today with a nice open here. Any king more than good enough to open three-handed. Figures to be the best hand. Does get the dominated Queen 5 to call, as he should do. It's a pretty good flop for both. We saw this earlier. Held thinking that he has more of these little cards. I did like it more earlier when he was against Under the Gun. You've got to be very careful here when you're playing three-handed, just to assume that the Deuce 3-6 favours you a lot more. With no spade in your hand as well. But I don't mind it. I'd be interested to see here if Bedir does call or raise.
Oh, looks like it's the latter.
Nice. Yeah, really nice play there from Bedir.
950.
6 raise 950. 950. 3 fold.
Reminder, at the Onyx Club High Roller weekend, final table levels 16 hands apiece. So lines will sort of seemingly go up quite a lot quicker as we're playing three-handed. These hands don't take too long. Held with a big one on the button. Ace-King opening this up. Let's see if Bedir takes a misstep here. His timing's been on thus far, but I fear he may be in to lose some chips here.
Three raise 1950. 5 4.
Yeah, looks like Bedir is going to go for the 3-bet here. It's a nice play with the king 10 off. You don't want to be peeling. You feel like it's too good to fold. Just a bit unlucky that he's run into the monster hand three-handed.
All in.
Now Dempsey's about to get a certain level of excitement when he hears 4-bet declared. But that excitement will quickly dissipate. And Bedir makes the reluctant fold.
How much you playing, bro?
Me?
Yes.
It's like
3,
3.
5. Yeah, thank you.
5. 5-2.
Thank you.
Yeah, Bedir realizing that he's getting himself kind of in that spot in the middle. 8.5 million chips where that being this shallow kind of has to start to tighten up a little bit.
3 raise 600.
Wait to see what Adamski does. King Queen suited, certainly enough hand. 10-6, out flopping the suited Broadway. Will be a hand that can't take too much heat though, should Bedir pile it on.
Yeah, nobody loving this flop too much, but you can argue favours the opener. Does go very small though. 300 into 1.7, less than a quarter. So hell to be sticking around. I think he's just I think he's just maybe picking up on his opponent now, seeing some sort of seeing some sort of betting tendencies, and just sort of deciding 300 into 1.7. I don't think you've got a hand, mate. That's why he decided to go for the check raise. Yeah, it wasn't. I mean, it wasn't a huge check raise, was it? Yeah, it wasn't a huge check raise. So maybe he just thinks because of the price and position, it's going to peel one off. Hell's kind of in a bit of no man's land here. He knows he needs to bet, but it's pretty dicey with no diamonds when Bedir can have all the diamonds. But he has gone quite small just to try and get him to fold.
Oh, look at this!
Aren't a diamond.
Look at this!
Yeah. I really like that.
But shot has arrived.
It's very cool with a plan.
Because it's very interesting because Bedir's done the same thing that Hell did on the flop. he's just reading into his sizing on the turn. He just thinks there's just no way you're just going to bet 800k into 3.2 or quarter pot with like a really good diamond. Also, you know, if he does have the king of diamonds, it's like he's obviously not got ace king, has he? He's a 3-bet pre. So just recognizing that, making a small raise, taking control of the hand, and very nice poker.
Yeah, take a bow, Mr. Bedir. Really. Yeah, I felt like he was getting himself a little lost in that hand, but then obviously given the opportunity to shine, make the play, does exactly that.
Shows the importance of getting your sizing right. You know, you're playing every single hand against these guys. They are going to pick up on things. You don't want to be easy to read.
Cool.
So ace 10 7 flop. We'll see Bedir in the held play one out again. This time Bedir turning a straight, but held unlikely to invest any tokens into this one.
Yeah, should be hand over. Nice battle developing between these two. If it is those two that go heads up, I'm sure that'll be a good heads up match.
Yeah, I think obviously Adamski just kind of feels like getting a little bit dealt out at the moment, but those two, the ones certainly showing the most creativity. I sort of think back to the Justus held finding that 3-bet jam with Jack 5 offsuit with Philipp Wood so short, and then now finding himself here.
You have like
chip leading 3 away as Bedir finds 4s.
All in.
3 all in. 5 4.
I'm still convinced he looked at the same card twice.
Maybe. Could have been either of the cards as well. Looks at 2 5s, looked at 2 jacks.
Yeah.
Ah, sorry.
No.
Bedir maybe feeling feeling a bit of fatigue. They've been here for a long time now, playing a lot of hands. Doesn't look as fresh as he did when we first started, does he? Which is understandable.
It looks as though... Yeah, I mean...
the stretches now.
Yeah. We've all been there, like you mentioned before. It's quite a long day already for these guys. Started at midday.
Yeah, for sure. Interesting with 15 bigs here, whether Adamski just rips this.
I'm all in.
5 all in.
Yeah, he has done. Ooh.
Ooh, here we go.
Now then.
So tough though, isn't it, with a player behind, but King Jack suited just still got to play well against 15 blinds.
Yeah, it's a total disaster if the big blind does wake up.
Well, it's a case of, you know, the. Well, hang on. Hang on a second.
Did he fold out a turn there?
Sorry, guys.
Oh yeah, that's not.
We're
just saying James
obviously got
he's
from the table. Hang on. Wait, is the dealer now saying
a little
Is
bit?
his hand dead? Is his hand dead?
Yes, because he leaves the table and.
What?
Sorry.
Oh
guys.
wow! No, this isn't right.
Live cards.
This is. Well, let's just see what happens with this hand, Wobbs.
No
But
problem.
It's not special for you.
Yeah. He might. I mean, he might have
Let's just
called
see what
anyway,
happens
but
in
it
the hand.
makes it a lot
Ridiculous.
easier, doesn't it?
yeah, I think he was calling anyway. I don't think it changes anything in this instance, and I don't think Bedir's done anything malicious there. We just mentioned how he was looking quite tired and distracted.
They can see in the camera. Before I didn't check my hand, I leave the table.
Yeah, but for always, if you have a card, to go
Yeah, you are right, but
only warning.
yeah, I know, little bit. I have pain in my head.
Yeah, it's a fair point from Bedir about that, but he's not thinking how it impacts the small blind's decision. You know, if the small blind knows that he's folding, it's.
Yeah, I think he knows what. Obviously, he instantly apologized to Adamski. I don't think it was malicious, but nonetheless, it does influence action. As we said, I don't think in this case it's going to change anything. And a King 3-3 board, well, all but spells disaster for Adamski. Does that backdoors, of course? Oh, well, that's the least likely one.
GG, guys.
GG.
No, it is not to be for him.
GG.
And yeah, I say I don't think there's anything malicious there. I may be wrong, but certainly, you know, not something you want to see at this stage of a tournament like this.
Also,
but
from what we've seen
just the fact that
from Held, I was just going to say, yeah, from what we've seen from Held, he's not been reluctant to take these marginal spots pre-flop, so I think he probably would have been calling, but that doesn't mean you can just take that as it doesn't matter. You've got to.
Yeah, I mean, Bedir.
You've got to wait until it's on you, especially three-handed.
Bedir definitely looked distracted by someone in the room before that hand happened, and was clearly a bit tired, stretching and all that. So I think it was just a, you know, straight up accident. I don't think there was anything.
Yeah, it was an accident for sure. He wasn't trying to influence the action, but unfortunately he did do.
5, 10 is okay. 10 is okay. Yes.
We can, if you want,
Well,
you can always
it looks like
ask me to show one, and I ask you to show one.
Up to you, bro.
Okay.
Up to you.
Always
Yes.
show one. Let's go. Because you
show one heads up. All right, the spice is right.
Let's go.
Adamski out in third for 153k, just sleeping on that performance. There you go, confirmation right there. Justus has knocked out every single player thus far and goes into the heads up break with the lead. These guys are going to take, what, 10 minutes before getting play back underway here at the Onyx Club. And so myself and Steve will step aside as well. So guys, please don't go too far. Please do just go fix yourself a drink or whatever it is you want to do and come back in 10 minutes for the final part of this High Roller Weekend final table clash. And welcome back to the High Roller weekend here at Merit in the Onyx High Roller Club, where we have just 2 high rollers remaining, battling it out for that $315,000 first prize, both having now locked up 220k. It's of course Justus held and Selahaddin Bedir going for the title here. Bedir, of course, the man who came into the FT with the chip lead. It is Held who's done all the work, knocking out every single player at this final table thus far. Can he complete the full sweep here and send Bedir out in second? What are we saying, Warbs?
Yeah, Held's obviously looks like the main man, but I think Bedir's played pretty well. They've both not just had, you know, sort of hand up to hand up to hand. They've been in the mix, in the streets, played lots of different hands, both been bluffing. So yeah, I think they both deserve to be the final 2. And whatever happens, 220k for second, 315k for first. It's been a very good day for both, hasn't it?
Yeah. I don't think either will complain. Especially, as we said, like obviously that 7-handed battle went on for so long. Could really have gone any way, including these guys even at points maybe could have busted out real early. But as is, they will play out for, what, a $95,000 heads-up match?
Yeah, I just realised your pick busted third, didn't he?
Did. I'm dead.
Mine's still in, of course.
Oh, I was wondering if I was waiting for you to sort of mention that part of.
Yeah, I picked Bedir from the start, didn't I? Just saying, you know, I think it was 4 hands in. I decided to pick the chip leader. Very astute from me, if don't mind me saying.
Was it the moment he turned the flush?
I'm looking forward to this battle. Yeah, that was the moment. It should be a good battle.
Yeah, pretty deep. 40 big blinds, effective. Nearly 100 blinds in play. I mean, this
to show you one.
Ah, fuck.
Yeah.
I would have taken that one.
Oh yeah, of course.
What was it?
A jack. That one. Jack.
For the small one, it doesn't matter.
They've agreed to play show 1.
The bigger.
Oh yeah, they agreed before break, didn't they? So they're going to show 1 card after every hand. Whoever wins the hand will show a card. I kind of like that. Good fun.
How much?
1 million.
Ooh, interesting opening size from Held here. He's decided to make it $1 million at the 300k big blind level. It's not a play you see often, heads up, that big a raise size.
Pass.
We'll see if it's a strategy he continues with. He does get the king high to fold. Wonder if he showed the 3 or the ace there. Yeah, it must have been the 3 by his reaction.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Bedir going with the more standard open from the button, just 400k more on top of the 300k big blind. His 8-6 suited, still best on the King Jack 7, and just to see how he approaches this heads-up match. You know, he just kind of plays pretty aggressively post-flop in all spots. These two played out that kind of fun hand already. King Queen spades against 10-6 off on an Ace-10-9 ball that developed into a both players sort of bluffing at one point or another.
He decided to let the opponent pick which card they show.
Good one.
Ah, fucking hell. You're tricky.
I'm sorry.
I think it's more fun if the player gets to decide which card to show, but
I like the random aspect.
I guess so, yeah. But you want the needle, don't you? So it's like you want the player to choose.
I'll be getting used to it.
Huge hand here. Heads up. Pocket tens. I'll see if. Wonder if he opens the same size. Yeah, he does. It's going to be his open size. It's just going to be 1 million. And Bedir with the same, exact same 2 cards, King 3 off, which he did just fold.
Yeah.
But he did, if you remember, James, he did get shown a 3.
Yeah,
so
here we go.
It's the exact same hand, but because he was shown the 3, he's not having any of it, which has worked out great for Held. What an interesting dynamic.
Fantastic. And Held with the 2 10s. I mean, it's such a strong hand, but one assumes we just want to run it now, right?
All in.
We don't get trappy with this. No, it does just go all in.
Hope he has a worse pair or an ace and let's go with it. But yeah, it's just so interesting that he literally folded the King 3 off to the 3x open only 2 or 3 hands ago. But because he was shown that 3, he just thinks that he's a bit full of it. But no, that is just his. It's also just his opening size, and he'll have ace 3 off.
He just got 4-bet jammed on as well, and turned over a 10. It's like he's like, do you really have 10s, or is this something a little fruitier?
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, it's funny. Normally these games don't really change the action much, right? It's kind of like a whatever. But I think you're spot on there. But just the fact that a 3 got exposed completely changed how that next hand plays, cost him millions of chips.
Yeah, for sure. You can never really know because it's very unlikely they're going to have the exact same hand. But to have the same spot there, that was almost 100% the only reason he decided to do it. Another big hand for Held here.
Yeah. I saw him go
He
for
might just rip this.
glory with this hand earlier.
All in.
Yeah, he does. Just over 30 bigs. Decides as a 2-to-1 chip leader as well, he can just start ripping these hands.
Ponded there. 2-4.
There you go. Blinds up.
What is it? 2-4?
2-4, yeah.
So all of a sudden, Bedir down to what? Just over 20 blinds.
Yeah, lose a few hands, especially that big. The big open, the big 3-bet. Blinds go up. It's not been a good few minutes for Bedir, but it can all change so fast, as we know.
How with deuces now? Does he just open rip this?
Yeah, I think he might, you know. Is he going to make it the mill, or is he just going to
All in.
fire in there?
And
Yeah,
he's
he
going to
does.
show a deuce. It's going to be great.
Oh, wow.
Bedir. 2 3s. Right on the cusp.
I mean,
mean,
sick. It's just saying it can all change so fast. Not many people fold a pair
Can he
heads
pull
up.
this off? I mean, you just get shown small pairs a lot, right? And bar this one you're up against, things aren't good. I think he might fold this.
I don't know. I think he thinks he's being a little bit run over, and I don't think he thinks it's all small pairs. I think he can just have, you know, a lot of ace X, maybe some king X and things. I'd be surprised if he folded, to be honest.
I think he just feels like the way Bedir plays that doesn't want to just call it off here. But let's see. I mean, what an incredible spot to be in if he does call.
Yeah, absolutely insane.
I guess Held doesn't really.
You know
I mean,
what's
obviously
really
Held wants
sick,
to
by the
fold.
way? You know what's insanely sick? If he folds, he has to pick a card, and he's going to pick a deuce.
Yeah. He's folded.
Oh my god, he's folded. No.
Oh no.
Oh, that is just such a bad beat picking one card.
No, I beat that one.
He didn't want to say. I don't blame him. That is just insanely tilting, Dempsey.
I fold threes.
You fold threes.
Three.
Oh, he tells him. I'm not sure I'd have told him that.
Well, I think, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think folding threes is fine, right?
Yeah, but it's a pretty big license now. Just if you can get threes to fold, it's like it's pretty nice, isn't it?
And also just morale-wise, I guess as well. Like, guys found out he just absolutely dodged a bullet.
It's so tilt picking a card and picking a deuce. It's just so brutal. So brutal.
Yeah, I mean, he's been absolutely killed in those. It was like 4 hands in a row he got jammed on, basically, isn't it? And he's just been shown, like, not a card you'd expect to see every time.
Yeah. Thankfully, he's going to win at least 220k, so I don't feel too sorry for him, but that is just pretty brutal.
Now Hell just finds ace-king because he it's just relentless.
Back to the million, I guess. He's going up. He's gone to 1.1. He has less.
Oh, wow.
Oh, we're in now.
Oh, wow. This could be it, right? Here we go. All in and cool. Justin Held finds the absolute goods in a dream scenario. Selahaddin Bedir rips in with dominated. Can Held buzz through the entire final table.
And if this is it, which 76% of the time it will be, what a brutal heads-up match this has been. Oh, he just hit the queen, though.
There she is. There she is. Gaga on the flop. Bedir now looking to hold himself over 2 streets, and if he does, will take the slender lead in this heads-up match. Great turn card from there in the club. But it does, of course, put 10s on the board for Held. There we go, improves to the flush. Here it is. Restart the match with Bedir holding the lead.
What a battle, man! Already, this is fireworks. Held was just thinking he had everything going his way. He's knocked every single player out. I mean, the Ace King felt like it was a 90% favourite there, but no. Lady Gaga, as you say.
Yeah, and I mean, it would have been so cruel to Bedir, I think, just to lose like that. Like, he's just lost every hand heads up. Kind of ridiculous, you know, weird things happening there to put him in that situation, to then just lose the first all in. All right, then.
Yeah,
reset the stacks. Let's play deep.
Yeah, the deck was kind of laughing at him, really, so I just didn't see that queen come in.
Yeah.
But yeah, you've got to refocus, haven't you? Start again. Just
notice Held has gone full on Merit man. It's not just the cap. He's wearing a Merit polo shirt as well.
Yes.
He's committed to the cause.
Nice.
And 100,000 chip bet. Held. Well, looks like he's not quite done yet. No immediate draw, but queen high, electing to stick around. showing the willingness to final
So bet 1.9.
maintain the here. So, whoops, I think you lost me again for a minute there, but
fluff through there.
Hopefully I'm back.
Just for a second, yeah. A nice moment of tranquility.
Very mean to me. I don't know why. I've been nothing but nice to you for
James.
years.
I love your soothing voice.
I mean, you've already picked Bedir, but I feel like that little pot there, it's just like he's brimming with confidence now, and I could see him kind of just steamrolling Held now, just keeping up his aggression, feeling like he's almost free rolling after hitting that queen, and just going hard for this.
Yeah, possibly. Possibly, yeah. If Held continues to open 3x buttons, though, I think Bedir needs to make a bit of an adjustment. You are just supposed to be a little bit tighter to a 3x open, so you might not win as many pots, but you know, you fold 3 and then you 3-bet and get it through. It's like, hello.
Look at this hand. Both backdooring 2 pair. Oh, they've both given up on probably both streets. Yes, it's the completely forgotten what I had because I was so uninterested in this pot. It's like, do I actually have 8-5? Have I remembered that correctly?
How much?
Yeah, he had absolutely no interest. He was almost asleep, not really knowing it was in the hand, and now he's bet to 1.7 into 1.2.
Yeah, and that size probably just leads to just a flat.
Yeah, but it feels like he's got 10-5. Like, it doesn't. You're not really loving this with 8-5 to the big overbet.
We both runner 2 pair.
Yes.
We're both lucky. No one flashed.
I mean, I might actually just fold the 8-5. You know, just feels like it's just pure value. There's no worse to 2 pairs, is there? And he could have just easily just like checked a flush 3 times, twice, and then.
Turn 8 river 5.
I know it seems a bit crazy to say heads up, but the way the action went there, I wouldn't have minded a fold.
Good bet.
Yeah, fair enough. I understand what you're saying. It's a brave man on commentary, Wolves, to see you got the same hand as the opponent and suggest folding, but I know what you mean.
Yeah. I've got to be honest, haven't I?
How much?
That's all I can be.
You do?
2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10.
Little tip for you, James, which I'm sure you know heads up. Count your own stack, and then you know exactly how much your opponent has.
I'll remember that if I ever get heads up.
1.7. 1.7.
All right, big raise coming out of the big blind against Bedir's limp.
Yeah.
Was that the first Bedir limp, I think? Is that a deviation there from Hell, just to punish it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it seems quite a good strategy from Bedir to actually start limping. Just limp everything, because he does like to go for it, does Held. And he goes for it so big that, you know, you just get one limp jam through and you've made all your money back. But Held now with his first limp.
All in?
Yeah, both perhaps changing strategies. We play 30 big deep. Just looking at the now, he wants to be a strong three.
Oh, show one. Which one?
Just the top one. Yes.
He's rooting for the 3, I think.
I folded pocket 2.
It must have been.
It's good needle.
Yeah, you're gonna. 21 big blind, I don't know.
Yes.
Oh, hello.
You see, this would be a good time to limp, wouldn't it? Yeah, we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Boo, didn't work, but
with almost the same hand, you know, like he raised a moment ago with, what was it, 9-7 off, now he's got 10-8 off. Check spec, slightly better, of course, but...
Hmm.
$1.7.
Hang on. Here we go. We are playing some street poker here. 1.7 mil check raise.
yeah, and he did see a bit out of pot. This is a bit out of line here from Held. Maybe picked up on something, but this could work out really well for Bedir, depending on runouts. It's not really the turn he was after to keep barreling. Looking to pick up a pair or some sort of straight drop. 10 would be pretty sick. But it's a pretty good run out for Bedir. He's going to have quite a big chip lead if he does win this pot. He's just so... No, it's just too small, isn't it? Way too small.
Another.
Yeah, it gets
maybe trying to target.
What is it? Pocket nines?
Maybe trying to target some king high floats, or maybe get ace high to fall, but it's just tough for a size that small. I don't think ace high is folding for 750. Especially Bedir's seen a number of hands now from Held. He's going to be a bit more clued into his game. He's the big chip leader now. More than a 2-to-1 chip lead.
Yeah, shallowing the effective stack back down to 20 blinds with that pickup. That's what Held has.
$1.2.
Still sticking with the 3x, even though he's got less chips now.
Yeah, interesting. Now let's see. Bedir does think better of these kind of hands now against those 3x's. He does just let it go.
Where are you from, bro?
Again?
Where are you from?
Germany.
Nice.
You're from Turkey, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Germany.
It's like 3xing buttons. He's like, where are you from? Like, what's going on?
It's 10.2.
Thank you. Call.
Yeah, I like this from Bedir now. He's just limping buttons. Held will be firing this in and hoping he can show the deuce. No, he just check. That's interesting.
Yeah. There seems to be like a lot of, you know, players are playing the similar spots very differently all the time, and I feel like, you know, it's balanced in a sense, but I wonder how much of it's just like feeling the flow of the game and each thing. Like obviously Bedir just showed up with 2 9s in a limp pot a moment ago, so Perhaps Held's worried that there'll be lots of traps in there.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I've had many a conversation. Is this a check raise? Yeah, check raise to a mill. Here we go. Every hand's inched him.
Yeah, they're fighting. Yeah, it feels like they're basically or they're going to do last.
Bedir does decide to call the check raise though. He feels like there's enough nonsense in there. Held's hand gets even better. Wonder if he'll turn to
Held's
check call now,
holds.
or he will go for a small size. Yeah, Held's hand holds. How have we missed that one?
850.
Yeah, he does go with a quarter sizing. And Bedir, if he thought his hand was good on the flop, and he can be up against, you know, just random hands, 6-5 off, 10-9 off. Wouldn't be surprised to see him call again for this small size. He probably figures a king's good as well if it does come.
Wow, makes the call. Here we go. Interesting because you just saw Held sort of give up a moment ago on a bluff. Now this time,
yeah, he figures
calls.
He figures all ace highs as well are probably all in pre-flop, so that's why he's ruling out this hand. I think he'll be very surprised when he does see it, if it goes check check, which I assume it will.
Does he ever like bluff here to make a hand exactly like that 5-6 you mentioned fold? I mean, they're exactly the kind of hands that make most sense bluffing,
possibly.
right? Like a 6-3.
I mean, it's very annoying if you check
5-6.
and he's... Yeah, no, exactly, yeah. But it's very annoying if he just has king 9. But yeah, I expect Bedir will be quite surprised to see that. Wasn't on his radar, that one.
Wow, big pick up there for Held on the river. Yeah, I was going to say, both players seem to be like adjusting their strategy on how they play.
Thanks.
Some battle, this really is. Held up to 28 big blinds now.
Lucky.
Yeah. 3-2 lead.
Lucky declared.
Really greedy.
Yeah, I was saying each player seems to base their strategy based on what sort of hand they saw their opponent turn up with in that spot last time. So it's like last time it was 2 9s limping.
Yeah.
It's probably a trap. Like last time he raised my button, he ended up showing a 3, so I got a 3 bet him. It almost seems like it's that, like the most basic, reactionary strategy. I mean, I'm sure it's not, but it just appears to be that way at the moment.
Yeah.
Held.
Now this would be interesting to see what he does with his stack.
Yeah. Obviously a little bit deeper.
Again. Yeah.
Bedir with the king 3 off. It's the hand he always has in the big blind. He's gone with fold. He's gone with 3-bet, and now he's trying flat. He's like he's got to find his preferred method.
When it was 1.2 mil he folded, didn't he?
Yeah.
We've had call just now, and we had 3-bet. Yeah, to the 3x 3-bet. So he's keeping us guessing.
Obviously, you know, blind's gone up. Slightly different scenario now, but not that much of a difference.
Yeah, it's not too much of a difference. Yeah. He's sick of king 3 though, put it that way.
He's sick of king 3. I mean, it's a good hand to be sick of. Like, you don't have to play that most of your life. King 3-0.
If these guys were 100 big blinds deep, I feel like this would go on for 2 days. I think we're quite lucky that Oh, here we go. Big hand for Bedir.
They're
Ladies
kind of
again.
gunslingers, though, aren't they? They are battling.
Huge battling, yeah. Oh, my God,
word.
where has this come from?
What is this? What is this?
Outrageous.
Number 4 against number 3, heads up between two guys who don't need this stronger hand to get it in, let me tell you. And it's just a limp from Bedir, so he's going for the trap again. It feels like he's got help to walk into it.
Bedir. Nice play from Bedir to keep up the limping strategy. Feels like he's got his man. I mean, I guess he could do, couldn't he? But yeah, nice. I think it is better to do that versus a random hand. He's even got his suits covered as well.
Well, just moments ago, Justus was all in with Ace-King against Bedir's King-Queen. All he had to do was fade a queen to win the title.
All in.
Now, barring a miracle, he is going to finish in second as Bedir snaps off the jam.
Not two.
And that is just cruel.
Yeah, it's a brutal cooler heads up, and Bedir needs to hold, and it will be over.
Came in as the chip leader, held the one who did all the damage, though. We've mentioned it multiple times. He's knocked every player out on the final table so far, but he is up against Bedir, and he is at risk. Oh my word! Jack on the flop. This is sick.
Wow.
Queen of Hearts is, of course, working, though. No backdoor draw materializing. Bedir's going to be left with just 3.5 million chips.
Incredible, James. Just an incredible heads-up battle. Very, very cruel to have.
mean,
such huge hands against each other. But wow, these two are like two heavyweight boxers just going blow for blow.
Thank you.
I'm almost glad that happened there, because I don't think we're done with just the Queens v Jacks. It's not a hand befitting the end of this heads-up match. It's like there has to be some. I think it's going to end with some like crazy bluff or something. Oh, I thought it was. Obviously, Bedir would just, you know, down to sub 10 bigs now. But
yeah,
these
two
needs to be a crazy bluff and a crazy call. Like,
sure, yeah. It's an even wilder than normal hand, just because like Bedir's kind of been setting him up for the limp re-raise. He's obviously not had it too much. Finds the jacks, finds the jacks, and you know they're both kind of thinking that they're setting each other up.
Yeah,
just a huge cooler.
It's disgusting cooler. I'm trying to get the pot right. Once it is solved, though, you see just how big a lead Held has.
$95K heads up.
Well,
heads up this, James. It's
yeah,
pretty wild.
And almost all the chips in the tournament were in that pot. I mean, I'm going to use it for the first time, but maybe that was Justus, given he was all in with Ace King, V King Queen for the title. Now he spikes the jack to have that commanding lead. You know you're doing all right when you've got to stand up to pull your chips in. It's a good sign.
Yeah. He's still on for it as well. He's still on for knocking out every single player on the final.
I mean, I haven't seen that for a long time. In fact, I think the only time I actually remember ever covering a final table where that happened was actually a man we mentioned earlier, Yorgish Galukia, in the Body Poker Millions Live that took place here. He did exactly that, knocked every player out at the final table.
Must be nice.
Oof, just 9-3-0. It's like, come on.
I beat that one.
You need a lot of
I
hands
never really
cool
knock
with that.
anyone out on a final table. I just sort of sit there and, you know, hope I'll maybe ladder to 4th, 3rd or 2nd.
Whatever makes you happy.
Looking fatigued, as you would be after today. He's been put through the ringer.
Yeah, I mean, what we... like nearly 12 hours into the day here. And here we go. Bedir rams it in with the king. Held ace-5 suited. Just 5 cards away from victory.
2,750, please.
I'm not prepaying.
Prepay, like it.
Wow. Bedir's got the pre-request. Please, confident.
I feel like the sim might just break this hand. It might just come king, 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 ace, ace, ace.
No.
He is holding though. 1 card away from the title and $315,000. Needs to avoid a king and an 8 or an 8.
2,750.
Oh, it is the 8.
2,750.
There she is. Survive he does. Emphatic fashion. Getting there on the river. Oh my, Bedir. He called it. He knew he was winning that pot.
Nobody can lose.
The match goes on.
Proper blow for blow at this. You don't want the best hand.
Yeah.
You want to get it in with the worst hand.
Yeah. Yeah. 3 for 3. 3 for 3. The inferior hand has won. I mean, I'll still take my chances, Wolves, if you want to deal with the best hand. We can play a little game afterwards. Maybe I'll take like an ace-king. You can have a king-3 off or something. It seems to be the hand of the day.
I don't think we've ever played a poker hand, have we? We played a few online. I remember you getting very lucky against me. I had aces, you had jacks, hit a jack. Remember that one?
Wow. What was that in? I don't.
That was in
was that
lockdown.
Some streamed... Yeah.
Yeah. Very, very
we played some
small game,
streamed webcam cash game or something. Yeah, I do recall that.
That was it, yeah.
I would have thought that's the mistake I made, was thinking you're playing just a friendly game in lockdown with your mates, that you might actually, you know, put the chips in with less than aces, but there I was wrong. These things happen.
It's 128 bigs. Babes. But here they're just just ripping the...
Clearly scarred you that day.
It's like the only hand we've ever played.
Wow, 128 bigs. Is that what it was?
Need to play again, basically, is what I'm trying to angle for. Yeah, I think he just jammed the Jack 10 off there because, you know, these limps do kind of seem to be weak hands. He's obviously making it 3x with the opens. He just decided 10 Jack off there was good enough. Another big hand here with it. 15 big blinds, ace queen. Yeah, I'm not sure what he's going to do off 15.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm not surprised that he has gone for open. Wow,
here we go.
We're off again.
Yet again, all the chips are about to make their way into the middle.
All in.
Wow.
This time a straight out flip, and look at this pot size, Warbs. 13 million chips in there. They'll draw almost level if Bedir can strike this board. Are we calling this the worst hand? It's a flip, but it is the inferior equity.
I mean, it's pretty devastating you're behind with ace queen here, isn't it? You know, when you get jammed on, it's just a lot of ace x jams, but oh, a bit of overkill.
Queen, 5. 2 outs to fade with 2 to come. Oh, no outs to come.
That's how you do it.
Okay, back to where we were. A near enough even heads-up match. 30 plus big blinds deep. Now we can still get the finish I desire, Warbs. I want to see that crazy bluff and a hero call.
Yeah, this has been a mad heads up.
All right, we have a new level, 55.
How much do you have now? You know it? How much did you just had that you doubled?
13.5, 14.5, 15. I have 16 million.
That's not bad.
You have 1260, yeah? 1260.
You have more than me now?
Yes. Unfortunately.
Does Bedir have more? I don't think he does.
No, I don't think he does, but let's just see in a sec. 15.4 for held and 12 million for Bedir.
Blinds up, 250-500, so we are playing 25 blinds. Held limping in Jack-6 offsuit, striking this 10-6-5 board in moderate fashion. And are we just going to see a bet and a fold? Just like nothing crazy. Just let's give up the queen high. Just play the next hand. We do. Okay. Are we still showing one? Yeah.
I think so.
That was initially his idea, huh?
I think you showed the 6.
On the other table, you asked everyone show all the time. That's a bit too much. Can't be naked all the time.
Up to you, bro. All in.
Bedir deciding just to open rip the ace here.
That's tiring, huh?
We're going to see an open fold.
Maybe
Come on, let's see one.
Yeah, I was saying might do. But no.
But here, going for the elevation with the Jack-9 suited. This is like one of the kind of hands when you see players do this.
This one this time.
Just really kind of, I guess, depolarizing this range by having those sort of like
What was it?
Goodish hands that are just elevating
This hand,
because
no.
they're just kind of goodish.
Jack. No.
Yeah, I'd have definitely checked that one just because I feel like everyone's at the point now where they just want to get the hand over and just move all in a lot. So wouldn't have been surprised to see a limp jam there from held.
See if Bedir can find a open fold. Seems like a good candidate. But again, with the big blind ante, it's just hard to really ever fold, isn't it? All right. This is more like the sort of hands these two should be fighting with. Down in the streets. 8-3 and 7 deuce, battling like warriors. Well, as this 8 finds a bet, I'm sure the 7 deuce is about to find a fold, so I can answer the question of goal power in the chat, asking where is this at? We are coming to you from the Onyx High Roller Club, part of the Merit Complex here in northern Cyprus. You're watching the heads-up portion of this tournament. 138 entries, 10k buy-in. First prize 315k. Both players have been guaranteed 220, so a $95,000 difference in prize money. These two are playing heads-up for, and well, it's been a battle so far. Are we saying 4 double-ups now? Is that what we're going with, or was it 3? 4 double-ups in this heads-up match already. Justus held the one who's done all the damage on the final table, knocking out every player so far, but it is the man who started the day, or at least the final table, as the chip leader, Bedir, he's facing off with, and as you can see there with the graphic, they are all but equal in chips.
Little rail for Bedir in the chat box as well. Come on, Bedir, we believe in you.
Here we go.
Two very weak hands again. First to bet, likely to win again.
Yes.
Oh, whoops.
Did he show both? Accidentally showed both. The 5 deuce.
No.
Loves a needle, does hell, doesn't he? Any chance he can get to, you know, get a kind of bit of needle in there, he's loving it.
Again, just being dealt bottom of range, each of them on these buttons, held with a slightly more attractive looking 8-6.
Yeah, this can obviously happen heads up. You can go through a long spell of not really picking up much.
Oh,
but he's seen too many limps, hasn't he? He's deciding to attack it. He's going to get the job done. On we go. You do just feel like any form of two hands, these two are going to be getting it in.
I say,
especially after this little run of bottom of the range. What are you eager to see?
Just the multi-street, some blasting off. This could be it here. There could be a check raise from the 9-7 with the 7 of hearts, and the 7-4 just holds on for dear life. That's what I want to see.
I might be wrong.
That's what I want to see.
I might be wrong, but I feel like Bedir's just too tired to be doing any more check raising.
Oh,
I'm wrong.
That's what you think.
So
Here
wrong.
comes the check
so
raise.
Wrong.
I mean, this is it. Like we say, when you see hands like this happen, sometimes you're doing commentary, you want to see some action, but it's like so rare it actually happens. These guys just do not fail to deliver. They're battling so hard as Held makes the call with that bottom pair. Come on. Come on, Bedir, keep it up. Oh, here we go. Here's a card we're going to keep barreling on.
You'd imagine so, wouldn't you?
Got the gut shot.
5 mil in the middle now.
Held, of course, with that same straight draw and holding bottom pair. He won't be relinquishing just yet. 5.1 million chip pot. He just doesn't slow down. 2.5 mil the bet. He's just setting this up for river. He's setting it up to jam 7.7 into 10.
25.
Yeah, he does go
This
half
is
pot.
so great.
If Held calls, there'll be 10 million in there. And as you say, James, like 7.7, but it's very tough to fire the river.
Here we go. Here we go. Hold on tight.
Held's hand looks like he can have a lot of Jack X, 6X, maybe some hearts, maybe some 5X.
Oh!
That is a very difficult river to bluff as Bedir. I think he might have to wave the white flag.
The draws will miss.
But you do have 9 high, so if he does go for it, fair enough.
Yeah, it's like, does a Jack ever fold here? Okay, a 6 might. Obviously, any 4 that a straight draw's continued now has improved. Oh, he's gone for 6 million. He's leaving 1.7 back. A non-all in. Now, question is, does Held have to sort of go for the last little bit?
All in.
I mean, surely he's not making it 6 for value. It's like
You hate to hear an all in there after you've bet 6 if you're 7.7. Has he showed it the 7 or the 4?
I don't think he waited for him to ask to show a card. I think he there just showed a card out of choice, and I'm assuming he just showed him the 4. Like, look, you're just unlucky. You're kind of, you know, I had it. Like, just he knows he had it. But well, Bedir, gunslinger. I mean, he went hard. The side says it all. Just left
one
himself
hell of a
with
side.
just 3 blind. But I mean, credit to him. Look, if his man was sticking in there with 6-7 instead of 7-4, like that may well have worked.
Yeah, or hearts, or any combination of 5X that had turned an open straight draw and folds. You know, you're not loving the river, but you do have 9 high, and it is heads up. So there's lots of weaker hands that can make it to the river and then fold. So every credit to Bedir. He's played really well. It's just been a crazy heads up.
All in.
Shame it has to end. Could go on now.
And it probably won't do here because he's in here with the Jack 3, dominating the 3 deuce. Although, if I could think of a hand that would be fitting to win this heads-up match, it might be the 3 high all-in pre-flop.
Held looking to knock out every single opponent on this final.
A lot of work to do it here. A heart in the window, and well, the 5 behind. 4 now working as an out. Bedir looking to get back to 8 big blinds and have a fighting chance. Okay, a lot of opportunity here.
Nice hand.
Oh, wow, wheel on the river. Justus Held is your champion, and well, what a match he had to get through there against Selahaddin Bedir, who put up the most incredible fight. Battled so hard, but it is the man who eliminated every single player on this FT who's going to take down the title. Warbs, what a performance.
Yeah, I mean, both these players heads up. Neither of them were waiting around for aces, kings, queens, the big hands. They were really in the mix. Fighting for every pot. You love to see it. And a very worthy champion. Knocked out every single player. Incredible feat on a final table.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely insane. And nice to see the rail there. Obviously, we're looking at this very sort of isolated TV setup, but there they all are, cheering on their friends. $315,000 the prize for Justus Held. 220,000, of course, going the way of Selahaddin Bedir as we crown our champion here in the Onyx High Roller weekend. And Warbs, well, that's it for us. That's it for this tournament. Any final thoughts from you, my friend?
I'm exhausted after that, to be honest. It was incredible stuff. Every hand was interesting. Yeah, nice to be here, James. I'm sure we'll see you again.
You will indeed. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for joining us for this fun final table today. We will see you again very soon.